A mega trade in the NFL yesterday. Micah Parsons is sent to Green Bay from Dallas in exchange for 2 first-round picks and defensive tackle Kenny Clark, who is a 3-time Pro Bowler. Green Bay and Parsons also agree on a massive extension, 4 years, $188 million, with most of that being guaranteed. $47 million per year for Parsons. That is $6 million more than TJ Watt signed for earlier in the offseason, $7 million more than Myles Garrett, and it is the most money for a non-quarterback in NFL history. So Parsons is traded from the Cowboys. A lot of good quotes from Jerry Jones, good or bad, however you're looking at it. Bills work out 3 veteran kickers yesterday. Eddie Pinheiro, Greg Joseph, and Zane Gonzalez. Tyler Bass back practicing. He played in that final preseason game, so as of now, it doesn't seem that he has an injury, but the Bills still working out some kickers. UB falls in their opening game yesterday, 23-10 at Minnesota. They were a 17-point underdog, so they do cover. They went into the fourth down 13-10, so they did keep it close until Minnesota put 10 on the board early in the fourth quarter. Number 25, Boise State. They get blown out yesterday, 34-7 at South Florida. Tonight, Auburn versus Baylor at 8 o'clock on Fox. Georgia Tech versus Colorado is on ESPN at the same time. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Friday.
Is there a reason you thought Taylor Swift went to Nebraska versus Cincinnati last night?
I saw someone tweet that she deserves a better first game to celebrate the engagement, and I wasn't sure if that meant that she and Travis went to Nebraska-Cincinnati. Joe and I talking before the break. Or if she just watched Nebraska-Cincinnati.
I apologize for even questioning. She was there.
Okay.
Her and Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes were all at Nebraska-Cincinnati last night.
So she's at Nebraska-Cincinnati. I mean, she's a new football fan. That's something we've learned. And she jumped on the Kansas City Chiefs, with good reason.
Yeah.
And, then she went to watch, was that her first college football game? And it's the Cincinnati Bearcats and Nebraska Cornhuskers, and
maybe
Cincinnati lost.
Which, now that I'm thinking about it, does make a little bit of sense because Travis Kelce went to Cincinnati.
Yes, right.
Right, that's the obvious. They didn't just decide, hey, want to go to Nebraska, Cincinnati tonight if they had no ties to either program.
It's like when I was dating my wife, probably before we were married, we went to a Syracuse basketball game, like something to do.
Unless what I thought happened is, because I saw Mahomes was at the game, and I just assumed that he went to support his lookalike.
Oh,
Dylan Raiola.
That's right.
The quarterback for Nebraska.
Who leans into the lookalike status.
Oh, yeah. Everything.
And dresses like him.
Dresses like him, wears the same number, has the same hair.
Yeah.
He copies his mannerisms and the way he walks and just everything. Yeah.
Which is pretty weird.
Yeah, it's pretty strange behavior, I think. Although it might get him, I don't know, it'll get him more attention and it'll get him drafted. I don't know.
It might.
So,
will any draft analyst be able to say, he really kind of reminds me of Mahomes? Well, yeah, he's trying to.
Oh, man.
He might as well wear a costume.
Collinsworth cannot wait for that guy to appear in Sunday Night Football. Who this guy reminds me of? Yeah, that's coming.
Dylan Raiola is his name. All right.
Yeah.
Well, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. It's a Friday. It's our last Friday that's not a football Friday. Right? I mean, next week we're talking Cowboys, Eagles at this time, and we're also getting ready for Chiefs, Chargers in Brazil, which will be free on YouTube for everybody. And that's a big game. We'll be watching that one to see if the Chiefs can get, punched in the face by the Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, That's happening. And in the meantime, we've got a Micah Parsons trade. So if you want to join us, 803-0550. The Parsons trade, before this happened, I was talking with Jerry Ostrowski and Joe Marino, and I said, if Parsons were to get traded, it would be the biggest trade since blank. What NFL trade comes close to this? People will say Khalil Mack. It's not the same. Khalil Mack, you kind of can't justify it just based on the return because the return is not enough. And Khalil Mack had fewer years of his prime left. He was still very good, but he was not Parsons.
No, Parsons also not that this should matter all the way, but he plays for the Cowboys. And I think his profile, just him being on the Cowboys making this trade, I do think raises its profile a little bit. Why do people still know what the Herschel Walker trade is?
That's right.
It's not just that it was Herschel Walker and all the stuff that came with it. It was that the Cowboys made that trade.
Also, correction, Khalil Mack might have been right in the same prime neighborhood.
Age-wise, they were probably similar,
Yeah,
right?
when he went to the Bears, he was 27.
Yeah. So, that part of it is similar, but I think this is bigger than the Khalil Mack trade, so it's got to be something before that.
Okay.
And you're going to what? Like, I'm thinking of quarterback trades, maybe? Like, it could have been Russell Wilson getting traded. No, right?
And that's pretty big.
When it happened at the time, it didn't really work out. Russell Wilson, maybe?
Yeah, a Super Bowl winning quarterback gets traded.
For multiple first-round picks?
Yeah.
From the team that he won it with, he was still relatively good, and he wasn't like 37 years old. It's not like when Rodgers gets traded. So, that one might be defendable for that. Otherwise, am I going back to I'm not going back to the Herschel Walker trade, am I?
It feels like it's close, but probably not.
Or not the Marshall Faulk trade, the Eric Dickerson trade before that even. I'm going to be thinking of ones in the late 80s and early 90s, I think.
Tyreek Hill trade was pretty big. Again, he's got fewer years of his prime at the time, I think. Guess I should check all these. It's just a monster. It's a monster trade. And Jerry Jones, today if you're a Cowboys fan, not that we talk to too many Cowboys fans, it would be close to a disown my team moment for me.
Tyreek, by the way, was 28 when he got traded.
Okay, so,
But 28 at wide receiver, what do you got, 5 years left at best, whereas Parsons might have 10.
Right, that's probably right. I would consider disowning my team because until the owner was gone, and that, of course, has no end in sight. There's no reason to. His press conference yesterday after trading Parsons, I saw he was asked a question. Somebody timed it. He was asked a question and answered the first question for 11 minutes. He just talked.
Come on.
He just talked.
It wasn't that. I only took his press conference in clips. I actually want to go back and watch the full thing.
He just kept rambling.
11 minutes.
And rambling and rambling. And
he called him Michael a few times, I think,
he called him Michael. He said, we got to stop the run. He said, this is in the best interest of our franchise this year. He said that this is something that makes them better in the now. If they were going to do this and they really thought this was in the best interest of their football team, they should have done it pre-draft. They'd have gotten a lot more.
Yeah.
They should have done it pre-free agency.
They would have had more teams that could have been involved.
That's right. If Parsons was actually available, think about the Myles Garrett sweepstakes that never came to pass. If instead that's Micah Parsons in February, then the Bills are in it. Everybody's in it.
Right.
They're making cap space. They're thinking, okay, I got $21 million, $25 million right now in cap space. I'll make the trade and give them the extension and see what I can get. They would have got a lot more. Instead, they're negotiating with how many teams? 3? 2? The comparisons to the Luka Doncic trade are kind of good. You got a good player in return.
Yeah.
And you got picks.
Right.
But what? A generational talent kind of player, a top-tier player in the NFL, you just, in the middle of
that there's no reason to believe is going to be worse anytime soon.
No, and you're not bad enough to think you're going to tear it down. You've got a lot of talent. You've got Dak Prescott. I mean, he's pretty good. Your coach might be a joke, but Parsons actually gets traded. It's nuts. It's a wild thing right before the season.
Yeah.
And I saw some also suggesting, what are the Cowboys, what are the players thinking? It's a game week of prep. They are in a game week. They play a week from yesterday. Like, our best players got traded.
And the first thing I thought of was Dak, who was signed a contract extension last year, sitting there at 32 years old, probably thinking, what did I sign up for here?
Yeah.
What are we doing? I've got CeeDee Lamb and what else right now to work with? The coach is a joke, and the defense now is probably going to be a joke. Who's their third best player today? Go ahead and name their third best player.
Kevontae Turpin. No, he left.
The returner.
No,
he's even there.
Him. It's not him.
They don't have, it feels like, anything.
It might be the guy they got back from Green Bay.
Right,
Clark.
It might be.
3-time Pro Bowler.
I saw a few people going like, I wonder if they're targeting Arch Manning. Maybe that's what this is. And I'm thinking, there's no chance they're losing 15 games if Prescott's their quarterback.
No.
Their quarterback's too good. So that can't be your plan. And he's at an age where you should be trying to go all in. What are you trading a premier Hall of Fame pass rusher for? To do the picks. When those picks are good, if you even hit on them, by the way, Green Bay is going to be good. Maybe they're not picking 30th, but they should be picking in the 20s at least.
They might win the Super Bowl.
Maybe they win the Super Bowl.
The thing they needed more than anything was this.
Yeah. So those are going to be late first-round picks. Okay, congratulations, you hit on those picks. By the time they're good, Dak Prescott's 35 years old. What are you doing? That's why maybe I am wondering if they're thinking about the next phase, the next era. But if you are, what did you just sign Dak Prescott for? And I think it all just leads back to they have an 82-year-old man running their franchise.
That
is a lot of it.
Not just an 82-year-old man, but at the risk of saying something like I'm going to say, which is he's someone that has had success in his life, so he thinks that anything he does will work out for him.
Right?
Hubris is what it is.
But he hasn't won
Oh, I know. But he thinks
hasn't totally.
He thinks he just knows better. He thinks he's playing 3D chess, and it's quite clear the Cowboys as an organization are. And they are such a minor league. Really are a minor league franchise with a major league reputation.
Yeah,
they're in the same division as the Eagles, and some of the things that Jerry Jones said yesterday are complete red flags. It takes a lot of guys. You can't have everybody. I know, a lot of GMs talk like that. They talk like that when they've lost a trade, or they talk like that when they want that answer to protect them from the truth. I was talking at training camp with Mike Catalana from Rochester, Buffalo Plus YouTube channel, and WHM in Rochester. And, the cap is real, the cap isn't real stuff. I liked how he said it, which is no team has ever lost a player they really wanted to keep because of the cap. And that's true. Mm-hmm. No team has ever lost a player they really wanted to keep. If a player left, they'll say, we just couldn't. We'd love to have him, but we just couldn't. Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. You didn't actually really want to keep that player. Nobody gets into cap prison, cap jail the way that these teams suggest that they do. They sometimes get a little tight and then say, well, all right, let's make some harder decisions. But when you're good, the cap, you just keep pushing it down the road. It keeps growing. You have endless opportunities to move money around. Mm-hmm. And to say Micah Parsons, well, you got it. It takes a team. Okay, sure, man. A lot of here's what the quote was that set me off. A lot of capital is required to build a team. It takes more than one. You have to allocate your resources, whether it be draft picks or whether it be finances. That team plays in the same division as the Eagles.
Yeah.
You just can't be farther away.
They couldn't.
The Eagles have $182 million sunk into 2030 on payroll. Why? Because they're we have to pay everybody. Instead of you can't pay everybody, it's we'll pay everybody, and we'll figure it out in 5 years. And the Cowboys, what a mess. Good for Micah Parsons. He won. The season of the hold-in, every player won. They all won. Nobody was hardlined. Parsons, I guess, was hardlined because the report is that Jerry Jones told him play on the fifth-year option or leave.
Yeah.
And he said, okay. And then he got his trade and his contract extension.
And a big one.
So that's Parsons, Hendrickson, McLaurin, Cook, the four big hold-ins. They all got paid. They all got paid.
But one got traded.
One got moved.
I guess I can't even really take much of a victory lap, though, of thinking, I've been saying I just want one of these guys to get traded just so that I could believe that one of these trade requests is actually real. Mm-hmm. Because all the time it's, hey, this person requested a trade, and we all just go, yeah, well, it's just a negotiating
That's
tactic.
how it happens. Yeah, that's
and
the next step.
The guy never gets dealt. Finally, a guy got dealt, but maybe I need Jerry Jones to be the owner and the general manager to have that actually come to fruition. And I don't know how many of those there are in the league. There might be 2 guys like that in the league. I saw a good comparison to how the Cowboys run their business and how they pay players and contract stuff to what the Bengals do, which is constantly criticized. They really are the Bengals with a better PR agent, right? And a lesser quarterback. That's basically what they are. And we hammer the Bengals constantly. The whole league does for how they do it. So I think the Cowboys have to start being treated the same way. And what is, like you said, it's like a minor league team. They act like a small market team. Who trades Micah Parsons? Teams like the Jaguars make that trade and send him away. You're supposed to be Dallas. I'm glad for it, right? Like, it's hilarious watching the NFC East fans take a victory lap because he's running the team, and he'll keep doing that. So, I don't know. Like, I don't know what the possible defense was for trading a player at that age. He wants $47 million. You pay him $47 million at the end of the day. Or you keep going. If it's, we think he's worth 42, we're willing to make you higher paid than TJ Watt and Myles Garrett, but we're not going $6 million higher than those guys. I mean, I was a little surprised to see the number. I thought it'd be 40, like right in line with Watt and Garrett, and it was higher than Watt and Garrett. But you don't trade him. That's the thing you definitely don't do if you have him. You do not trade him. You go into the season with this situation before you trade him, and that's kind of what it sounds like they were afraid of, having this linger into the regular season. And I would say you're punting on 10 years of a Hall of Fame pass rusher because you're afraid of what it might do to you in Week 1 against the Eagles.
Right.
I think they're a joke. I think they're a total joke of a franchise.
So the obvious question is, did the Bills miss out? Do you feel like they missed out? Do you feel like the only thing you really could say, because the Bills could not make this trade with the salary cap. They would have had to move heaven and earth. The compensation, the contract, and 2 firsts and a 3-time Pro Bowler. They don't really have that. Mm-hmm. Is it okay to say it's Ed Oliver and 2 first-round picks?
Sure.
I mean, I'd make that trade. I would not blink. I'd make that trade for Micah Parsons.
Yep, me too.
And give him the contract. Yes, I would do that. But the Bills couldn't do that because of the cap. So if you are sitting here this morning waking up saying, this is too bad that the Bills couldn't make this move and be the team to get this over the finish line, you have to, kind of go back in time and say, well, and if you want to say this is all hindsight, you can do that. Well, if they hadn't signed Bosa, and if they hadn't signed Josh Palmer, those 2, that would have done it. Although that's not even it. Those 2 don't take up cap space of $21 million. They can take up like an AAV of $21 million. So you need even more. All right, if they don't sign Palmer and Bosa and Cook and
Shakir,
Curtis Samuel,
Palmer,
you want to go far enough back in time to say if they hadn't extended, you have to find
Dawson Knox.
Dawson Knox. Now I'm back. Should I have known 3-4 years ago I needed cap space? And there's a point to be made about that. This is kind of getting way in the weeds of the cap and foresight. And I'm not necessarily saying I believe this, but if you wanted to make this point, you'd say what Bean should do is operate with some buffer zone. Stay 12 below the cap in case something like this happens. So it's not that hard to snag the big fish when he's available. Of course, the counter to that is, how often does that happen? Should I just...
Right, it's rare.
Should I play $20 million under the cap because I'm waiting for the next Brandon Ayuk, who never got traded, or Garrett, or Hendrickson? His was like a $17 million hit, or McLaurin, I think, was 19, or Parsons was 21. Should I just operate my franchise below the cap and really take away from what I can do on the field to leave room in case this happens? I think you could make the case. I think it's a tough case to make. There are teams out there that have space, and some of the reason they have space is because they're in a different timeline. The Packers have, of course, signed their quarterback to big money. one thing that's different between the Bills and the Bills and the Packers that I like to point out, which I'm not connecting these two things. But remember last year and 2 years ago, the Packers model at receiver, I was talking about how, wow, look at the Packers model at receiver.
Yeah.
And the model was they just drafted like 6 of them in a 2-year span. Eventually, they will get paid. Eventually, everybody gets paid. If you're good, you get paid. So the Packers are kind of here in a window where they drafted young and they don't have a ton of big contracts, so they have the room to do something like this.
Right.
So if you want the Bills to be that, there's a way to be that. I don't know if it's really being honest to say I would have called that differently the whole way. Would you love to have Micah Parsons? Yes. But it means a series of decisions based on where they are, fewer extensions, decide we're not going to extend middle-tier guys that we think are really pretty good. We're going to have more of a model of you only get paid if you're elite, which is kind of the Niners. The Niners do that. The Niners pay the top-tier guys, and they go out and spend a bunch of draft picks. That's the Rams, too. There are some teams that kind of do that. Think of your own fantasy approach, Joe. You're in an auction draft. What do you want to do? Buy 10 $20 players or 2 $70 players and guys after that? You know, there's 2 approaches. 803-0550.
And that is it really isn't that similar, Green Bay and the Bills, like where they are in their timelines, other than, like, to me, the only thing you cannot say, or like the worst defense you could make for why the Bills couldn't do this is, well, you're paying Josh Allen, so you could never have a player like this.
Yeah, that's not defendable because a lot of teams are paying a player like a Josh Allen, and Josh even took a discount.
Jordan Love makes the exact $55 million per year. Josh Allen makes $55 million per year.
There you go.
They make the exact same per year. The Green Bay quarterback and the Buffalo quarterback. The biggest difference is that Green Bay, they're a little earlier in their timeline, right? So they don't have all these extensions, these middle-tier extensions yet, kind of like where the Bills were when they traded for Von Miller. They had paid Josh.
Or signed Von, yeah.
Signed Von Miller. When they signed Von, they had signed Josh, but they hadn't paid James Cook or Terrell Bernard or Christian Benford or Greg Rousseau or all the guys, Dawson Knox even maybe. Maybe they had paid Knox. He'd be the one that they did.
Yeah, they paid him fast.
Like they didn't have all these contracts on their books, and that's kind of what Green Bay looks like right now. So it is, we don't know what they'll do when they get to that next stage. I guess they have Parsons now, so you kind of know. Like they're saying, yeah, we're okay walking away from, you know, if Jaden Reed is worth $30 million in 2 years, like we might be okay walking away from that. Or if we have a guard that's worth $12 million per year, who's really good. He's not like the best, but he's really good. Yeah, we're okay in 2 years with him walking away because we went out and got Micah Parsons. And if I could pick between the two, that's the one I would rather have. No doubt. Especially, the Bills get credit for this all the time. Who's better at pulling guys off the street or undrafted late-round pick guys and developing them into roles that you can trust on the team? How many Bills are around the roster on that? You got to be good at that when you're going to go this strategy. If you're going to go top-end, elite talent, and we're going to spend $47 million on one guy, that'll work for you if you are good at, I'm going to fill this spot for $1 million and this spot for $2 million and this spot for $1.5 million, and I'm going to get away with it. And wouldn't everybody believe the Bills would be good at that in comparison to a lot of teams? That's their reputation. But you would have had to do this before. You would have had to. It's almost frustrating. They have so many guys that are right in this middle tier. It's why I didn't want them to pay Cook. I wanted them to draw the line at some point. One too many. And they have not drawn that line yet. They might never draw that line. They might say, guys that are just pretty good, we'll sign them for as long as they keep coming through our doors.
Well, this is the genesis of the fight about receiver with Bean. It's not even about, like, which it's always characterized, they need a number one. It's no, instead of spending 11 on Josh Palmer, just draft a guy and let that possibly grow into something. And maybe that's a way to save on the cap. But whatever, if they had done that, then they signed a defensive end for $11 million like a Bosa. Whatever, the Bills are in good shape. It's unfortunate they kind of couldn't get this guy. The good news is the Ravens didn't. The Chiefs didn't.
This is true.
The Bengals didn't. The Patriots didn't. You might lose.
Denver.
You might lose to the Packers in the Super Bowl, which I don't know if we'd all take that right now. You might take that right now. 8030550. Give us your thoughts on. It feels like it's a good day to kind of talk about their build and this kind of thing. Will Bean ever be the kind of guy that goes in on Ed Oliver and 2 firsts for a guy? I mean, it's rare. So, I mean, it's not to say he wouldn't. I don't think he's afraid to. If he had the space, I think he might. But that space it's a bigger conversation, like you're laying out, Joe. It really is. Like, do you like the way the Bills do it? Or should they do it more like, I don't know, Dallas? No.
They should not do that.
Not like Dallas.
They definitely
what does
should not
Dallas do? Dallas waits too long and pays. And the Bills get out ahead of it, right? The Bills are a top-class franchise, top well-run franchise that gets things right a lot. So I anticipate we'll get some calls today about Parsons, but the context, you got to keep it real about what they could and couldn't do. And if you want to go back in time, or whatever, if you were saying it at the time, there's ways, there's avenues they could have been in the mix, but they were not really in the mix this time. 8030550. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring on the big, huge Parsons trade and what the fallout means. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. We have a giant spider at the house, outside. I have a pair of shoes, like old running shoes that I wore, and then we were out for a hike, and I didn't have water shoes. So I just wore these old running shoes in the creek that we were going through, a creek walk.
Okay.
Got home, took them off, left them outside. And in the last 2 days, a spider has moved in. Okay. And I mean a spider.
Big guy.
She told me how big it was yesterday. I didn't get a chance to look at it. And now she has attempted to send me a picture.
How does she describe how big it was?
Big. Huge.
Okay.
There's a huge spider in your shoe. She said she just watched it catch a fly. All right, this spider is for viewing.
Did it eat the fly in your shoe? Must have, right?
It's going to if it didn't already.
Yeah.
So my first thought was like, all right, well, are we gonna... Snatched it right out of the air, she said. Okay. So this is a spider that doesn't even need a web. He's evolved. He's next level.
He's, what is he, a frog? Like, sticking his tongue out? How does he grab me with his arm?
I have no idea. Is there a frog spider?
He's Odell Beckham catching a fly out of the air with one hand.
So my first thought was, all right, I got to find out if it's poisonous, because if it could bite somebody and you got to kill it.
I don't think we have poisonous spiders.
We do have poisonous spiders in New York State, yeah.
Okay.
Somebody that's a spider expert, call us real quick. Give us some facts. I've got questions I want to ask.
It's just by spider experts that are just listening to the show?
Arachnologists?
Sure. It didn't sound very confident.
I mean, arachnophobia is the fear of it. It's got to be like, an arachnologist.
Yeah. You think one is listening?
There's got to be someone that knows a lot about spiders listening, yes. Or someone that knows about
arachnologist.
All you got to be is a woodsman, somebody that hikes.
Okay.
Somebody that is outdoors to know the spiders we have in this area. So I sent her a couple pictures, and I think the type of spider we're looking at that has now moved into one of my shoes and is going to keep my shoe because I'm not taking it back from the spider, is a dark fishing spider.
Okay.
Those are said to be in this area. Dolomedes tenebrosus. I know you were waiting for the official name.
I was waiting for the scientific terminology.
I found one here in a picture in Cuyahoga County in Ohio, living in a bucket. They are huge.
Yeah.
So
what's your move? You're going to burn the shoes? You're going to kill the spider and save the shoes?
I think, isn't it, spiders are our friends. They catch other bugs.
Yes.
So I think I might move the shoe.
But what if he wants to keep moving back into the shoe?
Well, I'll move the shoe into the yard. He can have it. Have the shoe.
You're going to create... You're going to make the shoe into a home for this spider?
The spider already made it a home. I'm just moving the home.
You could kick him out.
The home is on the porch. I don't want to have a run-in with this spider.
Why don't you build like a little wooden fort for him in the yard and then move him into there? Kick him out of the shoe and then get him into there.
He made the shoe a house. You got to make it a home. You got to give him some stuff. Give him a little yard.
A little welcome mat.
Give him a pool. Yeah, treat him nice. If he catches all the bugs, why not? Spiders freak me out. I would throw the shoe across the yard personally, but
have you seen?
I'm a huge.
Did you Google the size?
I won't, because if I do, I'll think it's crawling.
I Googled.
You can't even look at this dark fishing spider?
Anytime I see a spider on on a screen or even in real life, I feel like it's crawling on me. I hate spiders.
I Googled it, and I can't imagine the one that's in your yard is the size of the one that I'm looking at. Although this was from Ohio, and it's.
I think
it looks like it's a foot long. I think the one in your shoe is not a foot long.
I think spider experts are calling in.
That's your guess?
I think so.
The people on hold right now are calling in about this. Described as a tree-dwelling spider, which is not where it is right now.
That's currently in a shoe.
Yeah, it's in a shoe. So I don't know. You should just kill a spider.
JJ in Marilla, our senior spider expert. JJ, what's up?
I got to admit, that's the first time I've ever been called that.
All right.
Anyway, not an expert, but I'll tell you this. The only spider that has any kind of danger in this area is the brown recluse.
Yeah.
That's the bad guy. I was working out of town, 5-10 years ago.
To the Green Bay Packers. They get 2 first-round picks and defensive tackle Kenny Clark. That's what Dallas receives. The Packers and Parsons also agree on a massive extension that will make him the highest-paid non-quarterback in NFL history, and it is $6 million more than T.J. Watt just signed for. 4 years, $47 million per year. The Bills worked out some veteran kickers yesterday. There doesn't appear to be anything wrong with Tyler Bass at the moment, but they did work out Eddie Pinheiro, Greg Joseph, and Zane Gonzalez. UB falls in their first game of the season 23-10 to Minnesota last night. They were close into the fourth quarter. They were only down 13-10. Number 25 Boise State got blown out 34-7 at South Florida last night. And tonight, 2 bigger games, Auburn versus Baylor at 8 p.m., Georgia Tech versus Colorado at the same time. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
You can report all you want. There's no way they're allowing Micah Parsons to go anywhere. All of it, all of this is part of the negotiations. Micah Parsons, I want him to take control of this thing and say, I don't care about you two and whatever y'all got going. Get your butts in a room and get my money on that paper. That's what you need to be doing. So I'm hoping that's what gets done. But I guarantee Micah Parsons not going anywhere. Jerry's not that crazy. This is all what we call just negotiation stuff.
Nothing ever is an own. It's all just a negotiation, huh? That's relevant.
That was 7 minutes before he got traded.
He got traded 7 minutes after that. Michael Irvin, not an insider with the Cowboys. And he also just called Jerry Jones crazy. He's not that crazy. Well, he did it. All right. He's crazy.
So he's crazy.
Micah Parsons to the Packers. I saw John Ledyard, NFL draft analyst, make the point before Parsons got traded. And his point was, because it really picked up. Adam Schefter, he reported the Cowboys are willing to listen.
Yes.
Oh, all right.
I did not believe it for a second when I saw that.
And then I saw maybe Jeremy Fowler say league circles are talking about the teams that make sense. Packers, Cardinals, Ravens were the 3 names I saw. Mm-hmm. And now Parsons gets dealt to the Packers. But anyway, John Ledyard, what he said was NFC teams especially should think about this really hard. long and hard about doing this because, he clarified, in the NFC, the parity at the top of the quarterback market, it's Goff, Jordan Love, who's the next best quarterback in the NFC? Jaden Daniels. It's not as good.
Not a lot of them
at the top of the NFC, at least not thought of right now, as it is in the AFC, where the top 4 guys are the top 4 guys in the sport.
Right.
So John Ledyard's take was NFC teams should do this because it could legitimately swing the balance of the conference by getting this one deal done. You're the Packers. You're trying to get over J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings. You're trying to get over
the Lions.
Your
own division is scary. Yeah.
It's scary. But he said teams like the Packers, and here it is. The Packers get Micah Parsons for 2 firsts and a 3-time Pro Bowl defensive tackle. Now the Cowboys can stop the run. Stat of the day. You ready for a stat of the day?
Yes.
Let's get you a stat of the day on Micah Parsons. There's a number of these, but Bill Barnwell had this. Bill Barnwell from ESPN. Bill Barnwell, over the last 4 years, the Cowboys are the league's best defense with Micah Parsons on the field with EPA per play. Best defense in the league.
Amazing.
1,039 plays without him. They are the second worst defense when he's not on the field.
And now he's leaving the field for every play.
Yeah. That's how big of a difference he makes for EPA per play.
Yeah.
Now, EPA per play, as we kind of know, that. I was listening to somebody talk about the one flaw in EPA per play, and it really, if it's even a flaw, it really, really keys in on negative plays. So negative plays really sink your score. And what are sacks? Hugely negative plays, which is, again, what his job is. Anyway, are there fantasy implications here, Joe? The Cowboys now have a Bengals-caliber defense, and you should be scooping up as many Cowboys as possible?
They already, I thought, were some version of that, and now I guess they are totally that. Yeah. Yes, Prescott, especially, he's going as the 11th quarterback off the board. Because CeeDee Lamb is not going to move much, right? He's already going as one of the 5 top guys. You could take him over Justin Jefferson now, though, and feel pretty comfortable about it. Yeah. I actually did that in the league last week, where I took him over Jefferson. But if you are, I don't want one of the elite quarterbacks in fantasy. I'd like to wait a little bit. Go get Prescott in those middle rounds. I have an MVP bet on him for this reason. He's going to be Burrow, right? Those two are going to be slugging it out to lead the league in passing. Would be my bet.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Get some calls in. Your thoughts on the Parsons trade? We're not, well, whatever. We'll let you handle it and do what you think is right. Mike in Tonawanda leads us off. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Honestly, I don't believe Bean has it in him to make this kind of trade. I think he's content on building this team with B- and C+ players, But he should reconsider it because the last time he traded a first-rounder, he got Diggs. And we saw how well that did, to the end, of course, whatever like that. But good things do happen. Even the big swing of Von Miller, that was working out. People figured that was working out until he got hurt. He was having to get hurt, But that was going great, too. I think in order to get one of these elite players, one or two things happen. We got to bottom out 1 year, pick top 15 in the draft, or we got to just give up some assets to get one. That means one or two ways, and that's the way it's going to happen. So, but I think he's content on just paying these middleman guys because, like you were saying earlier, okay, you can do a revisionist history and believe, all right, if he didn't give this person this money, this, that, whatever. But that's kind of true. And he gave all the money to these middleman guys, and I asked a question a couple weeks ago, where's all the money? Because other than Josh, where's all the money tied to? Now, explaining the Eagles, we went back and forth with the Eagles thing or whatever, but he's basically giving it to a lot of, and I'm not meaning to crap all over a lot of the guys, but they're not elite players.
Well, thanks, Mike. I do think there's room here for that kind of big picture conversation about them, and that was a little bit of the theme of the offseason this year, was it not? That we thought, all right, you know what you got to do? You got to, maybe not Bean's theme, but our theme. You out there, me in here, you, Joe, more blue chip players is the goal.
Yeah, go get the whale is something I think we said a lot.
And maybe they've found one or two in the draft or, some of the signings are perfect fits, whether that's Bosa, you buy low and he hits, or if it's Michael Hoyt, whatever. Mm-hmm. Or Josh Palmer turns into a star as he gets unlocked. The way I said it was I want more top 100 NFL players. I want somebody the league thinks is irreplaceable. So we'll see if they found any of those. Because the NFL top 100, it's Allen, Dawkins, and Cook. That's going to be it. And Cook getting on there is kind of new. Benford not listed. Benford is one of the top 100 players. Like, he should be, but he's not on that list. I think this is a fair point to make. And while the Bills building their roster is not fantasy football, it's a representation to me, a comparison in fantasy. You're going to an auction draft. I said it in the first segment. You want to just get 10 players for $20 each, or 5 players for $40, and then street free agents, or the biggest whale out there. What's going to win? There are a lot of different ways to do it. And I was looking at the Packers cap versus the Bills cap. Like, how many players do they have with an AAV over $10 million? And the Packers and the Bills are kind of close. Mm-hmm. Allen, Dawkins, Knox, Milano, Oliver. That's your list. Not exactly the greatest list. I mean, Knox and Allen and Dawkins, but past that, like, Milano will be gone after this year, probably. Oliver is there.
Probably, yeah.
And for the Packers, it's not that different. The list is not that different. The same number of players near the top of their cap. It's Jordan Love. Mm-hmm. It's Rashawn Gary. Micah Parsons now, although his cap hit will probably come down.
Well, I mean, the question as to whether Bean still has that deal in him.
I think he does.
I think there will be eventually, I don't know when, a test of that. And I don't know that he really got tested on that this summer, other than if you thought he was going to go pay Milton Williams or Josh Sweat a giant sum of money. The test would be, for example, when Trey Hendrickson hits free agency in a year. And cap goes up.
That's different, though.
Why is that different?
Because Mike's talking about the guts to make a trade, not just sign a guy.
But that, even beyond that, like, sure, like, that makes it a little bit different. But when the cap goes up and the Bills will have more space and they'll do their restructures and they'll cut a guy, like maybe they'll cut Curtis Samuel, they'll have room to do things next summer. And what are they going to want to do? Are they going to want to go pay Trey Hendrickson $40 million or $38 million a year and then go replace Matt Milano with a rookie and replace Connor McGovern with a $2 million center? Or just plug in Cedric Van Pran Granger? You want to go discount bin or bargain bin shopping for linebacker and center because we're going and getting Trey Hendrickson? Or will they say, no, we don't want Trey Hendrickson because we want to sign Connor McGovern to $11 million a year, and we want to go replace Matt Milano with a $9 million linebacker, and we want to go fill in a guard with $6 million bucks? Like, what do they prefer?
Yeah.
Because for me, that's an easy one. I go get Trey Hendrickson. I'll start a rookie somewhere, and that'll be an issue going into a season, but whatever. I've got Trey Hendrickson, and I'm going to plug a $2 million veteran over here that might be a little past his prime, but I'm getting Trey Hendrickson. And their actions of late have pointed more towards, now they might rather have a guy at every position, have it solidified everywhere, and pay a little bit to have that be the case. Hendrickson's the only guy, by the way, that would really test that this summer, unless someone's going to get traded.
This is where
next summer.
As you laid that all out, doesn't that sound like the conversation we've had 100 times about, would you rather pay a $30 million receiver and some guys, or have 3 that make 10 and some guys? There are schools of thought for both. But Parsons is a $47 million AAV, and I already saw, oh man, that's too much. You can't. He's not that good. I am of the belief that he is that good.
Is that only being said because it's a $6 million gap from Garrett and Watt?
Maybe, but the point is, I kind of find it. I'm not of the school of thought of kind of what you laid out, where, oh, don't pay the big guy, rather pay a bunch of middle guys, because paying the top guy, you can just draft players and maybe find them, and like the idea of, well, maybe you'll find some value in the 4th, 5th, and 6th round. And if you don't, you know what you do? You move on from them very easy. You're never going to be in cap jail moving on from your 5th rounders that didn't hit. I think there might be a good plan there to have a ton of 4ths and 5ths and 6ths, pay big guys, and then draft a million guys in the middle rounds, and whoever doesn't hit is so easy to just cut loose. Whereas middle-tier free agents, that gets tougher. All of a sudden, you're paying money that is dead money. Not really a specific Bills point, but I've mentioned a few times that the Niners and the Rams tend to be a little bit more of this route.
I just think we also live in this world where we feel like the Bills need to have every single starting position solidified. And that isn't always the case around the league. In fact, is it not rare that is the case? That you have a pretty good guy at pretty much every position. Like Green Bay, they trade for Micah Parsons. I'm sure they got spots where they're going into the season like, we have no idea what this is going to look like. Whether that's a safety for them or whether that could be receiver for them this year, right? They've got an injury to Jaden Reed and a rookie in Matthew Golden. First-round pick. You'd like that to go well, but you don't know. I mean, they have questions around the roster. So do most teams not named the Eagles.
Right.
But to me, like, you should be willing to accept as a football team. Not that the Bills necessarily should have done this summer, because I don't know that they ever got the opportunity to go get a guy like this. But in the future, I'd rather have them be open to, 2 or 3 positions we're really uncertain, but it's okay because the trade-off is we got an elite player somewhere else.
803-0550. Jump in the chat, throw a like, give us a subscribe. If you're watching, talking to you, do it. Click the like button, click subscribe. Jeremy and Joe, Josh here, G here, and for Owen as well. And we're talking about the Micah Parsons trade, how that hits you. How's it hit you? And do you relate it to the Bills? At least he's not in the AFC. That's the good news. I feel like we'd have a lot more calls today if he went to Baltimore. People would be more upset, possibly. 803-0550 on WGR. Jeremy and Joe, big college football weekend ahead. Less than a week from the NFL season, and Micah Parsons traded to the Packers. Give us a ring, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550.
There's a new matchup in our hat bracket up at WGR 550 on Twitter. You can vote in that, too. Sal's got a penguin hat up. Owen has a hat of the oak tree at Delaware on 18.
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yes, he does. All right, we're going to get a break in. Micah Parsons. We got to talk about those uniforms, too. We haven't talked about that on the show yet.
Yes.
The Bills' rivalry uniforms are out. We have some information on those. It's all coming up here on WGR.
That got bit by one, and he. And take the medication after getting, bit regularly, and he died. And those are in Western New York. But anyways.
All right, there you go, Josh. Sleep well.
Yeah, thanks for that.
All right. Thanks, JJ. Additional senior Spider analyst, Rick, on a cell. Hey, Rick.
Hey, guys, I missed that guy before me. What did he say? What kind of spider?
It was a brown recluse that he was
recluse.
talking about.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was. So I work on basements, crawl spaces. Our employees are in and out of them, fixing them. And one of our guys got bit by one and was in the hospital for 40 days. Like, literally bad.
Yeah. Wow. Is there a chance this one in my shoe is a brown recluse?
No, I don't think so. If you already, they're pretty easily identifiable by, like, I'm assuming you did some Google or something.
Yeah. I sent my wife a picture. She seems to think it's the dark fishing spider.
Yeah, so brown recluse, they typically like damp, cold, dark places, like a crawl space.
Oh, this is a wet. This is a wet shoe.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I'm sure the sun hits it.
True. All right, thanks, Rick.
I'm looking at pictures of the brown recluse.
I don't think it's a recluse.
So that I know what it looks like.
I don't think it's a brown recluse.
Feels like a spider I've come across at some time in my life and just didn't know that it was poisonous in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, look at that guy. Don't you like it when they're so big you can see their eyes? You think like,
no, I don't like that actually.
No?
That's the opposite.
I like everything else but that.
There's
everything else in the world.
There's one in the area that's like a jumping spider. You ever seen that one? Yeah. The jumping spider is a small little cute guy, and I've seen those. You ever seen one of those?
A small little cute guy. You're talking about a spider.
A jumping spider.
I know the ones he's talking about. Amongst spiders, they are the cutest of the spiders.
Hey, look at that guy.
No doubt.
Look at that guy.
It's just because of the eyes, though, right?
Yeah, you can look at him.
They've got the big, googly eyes.
Yeah.
I guess it's not that bad, but it's still.
Mike in Buffalo, quick. Hey, Mike, what's up?
Hey, I don't know. My social media algorithm has been feeding me a lot of spider feeds over the past.
Micah Parsons traded from the Cowboys to the Green Bay Packers. It's for 2 firsts and defensive tackle Kenny Clark, who is a 3-time Pro Bowler. Green Bay and Parsons also agree on a huge extension, 4 years, $188 million, which is $47 million per year. That is $6 million more than TJ Watt, $7 million more than Myles Garrett got this summer, making him the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. If the Bills work out a couple of veteran kickers, Eddie Pinheiro, Greg Joseph, and Zane Gonzalez, Tyler Bass has been healthy and practicing lately. UB falls 23-10 to Minnesota in their first game of the season. They were close going into the fourth quarter, only down 13-10. Number 25 Boise State got blown out at South Florida, 34-7. Tonight, 2 games, notable games. Auburn versus Baylor at 8. Same time for Georgia Tech versus Colorado. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Months, and they're all of people befriending spiders.
TB, got a little delivery from Fanatics.
Yeah, what is it? Jersey? What is this? Look, I love Orchard Park. I had some of my best games there, but this is ridiculous. No, that's actually kind of intimidating. I don't think Bills fans love me very much, but I will say this is a top-tier jersey.
Wait, Tom Brady likes the jersey? It's not a. That's not a.
Sure, he does.
It's just a white jersey. It's not the rivalry jersey he's signing, right? Somebody just gave him a white Allen jersey. You can't just have the rivalry jersey. It's not available until September 10th. Did I see?
September 10th.
How's it? Real quick. How's it not available for sale right now?
I don't know.
I signed up to be notified when you could buy the stuff.
Right. Who at Fanatics decided it was a good idea? Hey, how can we sell jerseys? How can we get Bills fans on board with this new jersey? Let's put it in front of Tom Brady and have him sign it 33-3 versus Bills, ! And put that in front of everybody's face. That's a great marketing move there. What was the goal? What a stupid video.
Not a fan?
Of him?
Yeah.
No. I will say he's leaning into being the villain by signing it 33-3 versus Bills. But why are we even... New England had one of these. Put a Patriots jersey in front of him to help sell it.
Was it even really the jersey? I don't think it was the jersey. I think it was just a white,
No, it was a white Josh Allen jersey.
Intimidating is the shoulder patch. Like the Bills...
The patch is on there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, this is a real Josh Allen jersey. It's a real Josh Allen jersey. that now exists, by the way. There is a Josh Allen out there jersey in existence. How's everyone feel about that? That is signed Tom Brady on the 1, and then on the 7, it says 33-3 versus Bills.
Yeah, who would do that?
This was an idea of a skit, I guess, to be funny.
How much do you think about this is Brady?
Maybe. It could, like, it was his idea?
Yes, 100%.
You think it was Brady's idea?
Yeah.
And not somebody else? Like, he just wanted to troll Bills fans?
One thing you can see in the video, which this might be different by the time we can see them on. By the way, good morning, 803-0550. Give us a ring if you want. On the Micah Parsons trade and on the New Jersey if you want that as well. The shoulder pads being a little darker because it's supposed to look like snow has fallen on them.
Or ice, yeah.
Yeah. No, it's actually snow. It's supposed to be snow falling on bison's fur.
Okay.
I believe I have that correct. I saw Pete.
I thought it was like like frozen lake is what it looked like.
No. The actual graphic, Pete Gwelly tweeted out a graphic, Sabres and Bills COO, about the uniform. Yes.
Yeah.
And on the shoulder it says, a cracked ice texture with speckled white resembling fresh snowfall on a bison's fur. That's what that is. So, yes, cracked ice and fresh snowfall.
So it's both, kind of.
I guess so, yes.
Okay.
Inside the collar it says Bills Mafia.
I do like that texture on the top. And the little bit of a dark. I like it.
Without saying it's the best jersey I've ever seen, I will say it's exactly what I hoped they would do. When the teaser picture came out yesterday and we're left to look at 8, and I don't know if they're all that good, it's exactly what I wanted them to do. Some of the elements that these teams used. So the Bills got fresh snow falling on a bison's fur, like a little subtle detail you might not pick up unless you're looking really close. Seattle's, the numbers, do you see the numbers? They have 12s inside of them as a tribute to the 12th man. The Patriots, the numbers on the jerseys are a tribute to the font of naval vessels, ships, and they have fish nets, not like whatever, netting on the shoulder pads on some level. Not exactly fish nets, but you know what I'm trying to say. Fish netting. I feel like I have to say it that way. Anyway, I think these jerseys, they go hard. They're great. I like them, most of them. Even the Jets, although they chose manhole cover as their identity, okay. Team's been in the sewer for a while, so I guess that works. I'm happy. I'm mainly happy that the Bills are in it. It would feel like missing out if somebody. Imagine if instead of the Bills getting this snow treatment, if somebody like, where else does it snow? I mean, we're the ones that are going to be known for
Minnesota.
it, even though they have a dome, though. Right?
Chicago.
Sure, if the
Packers.
Somebody. Packers, yes.
Green Bay.
If the Packers had done something like this, like, I'd be really jealous. So anyway, 803-0550. I can't believe you can't buy it right away.
The Seahawks jerseys were also supposed to radiate the sound from the stadium. Like, I didn't know. Did I get fooled by that, by the internet?
Yes.
The design was supposed to help reverberate the sound, like in
I think the sound
uniforms.
The design
is supposed to represent that.
Yes. Supposed to represent. I don't think it's actually supposed to reverberate sound.
I read it was actually going to reverberate it, but how would they do that?
803-0550. Micah Parsons traded. Biggest move of the offseason happens a week before the season begins.
Yeah.
Which is kind of nuts. And now, this Parsons trade, listen, any team or player next year that asks for a trade, threatens a trade, we have to treat more seriously now. Myles Garrett, this offseason, put a full-page goodbye in the newspaper.
Yeah, he did.
Trey Hendrickson had a dramatic drive to Florida, chronicled by Adam Schefter, because he was leaving the Bengals.
Right.
We had all these theatrics with hold-ins, and Parsons getting traded means that next year, when it's insert player name here, we have to entertain the idea that that player could get traded. Because as soon as you say, he's not getting traded, I'll say, Parsons got traded. It's not quite Gretzky got traded, but it is. It will disarm any conversation you say, like, that guy's not getting traded. Like, Micah Parsons got traded.
But couldn't I say back to that, well, that's because Jerry Jones. Do we have to treat. My question would just be, I hope you're right. Do we have to treat Jerry Jones differently than the rest of the league?
Yes. Because the same way we kind of have to treat the Bengals differently than the rest of the league.
Yeah, because I might say, okay, there's a star player holding in. Does he play for the Cowboys? Yeah, no? Then I might be more. Maybe you just go owner by owner. Like, That was part of why I thought that Hendrickson could get traded, is that organization strikes me as one that would do that. They would move on from the highly paid player and not pay him. They did kind of pay him, not on a long-term deal, but they paused that for a year. But like, if a star player in Minnesota is holding out in a year, should I believe that the Vikings owner and the GM is going to do that because Dallas did? I'm not trying to fight against it. Yeah. I want to believe that these can actually happen. And it is some evidence that, yes, you just might need a crazy guy running the team. And there are crazy guys running teams around the league. There's Gettlemans out there still.
Doesn't it feel like every GM put a note in their phone, like a reminder, a week before the deadline, call Jerry Jones?
I would just want to talk to him every day.
Always be calling him and seeing what he'll trade.
Just every day have a conversation with him and just see what comes about. Every day. When we were talking about whether they should trade James Cook or not, I'm like, just call Dallas. If you want to do that, call Dallas. Maybe they'll give you a first-round pick. Who knows?
Right. Micah Parsons.
But how many teams can you do that with? I mean, like, I'm not doing that with Philadelphia, right? I'm not calling Howie Roseman and expecting to get their best player.
That's right. The Eagles, of course, knocked the snot out of the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Here's the Packers getting Micah Parsons. Here's a fun one for you. Maybe it's too presumptuous to go this far, but should Bills fans monitor the NFC? Should we be thinking about that?
I don't think so.
No, because it's only one game against that team, and if you get there, it's mission accomplished.
I think that's part of the reason.
Because we're obsessed with the Chiefs, and there's fear bunkers on the Bengals to a degree, and the Ravens are right there. We've got 3-4 AFC teams we are constantly talking about. And here, the NFC, the Eagles did win it. They've won it twice in the last couple of years. They are talked about as a top-tier franchise. They have all these great players. Here's Green Bay adding another one. Here's Detroit, who's kind of had a similar fate to the Bills last couple seasons. Not as many appearances, but an NFC Championship game, heartbreak, a loss in the divisional round. You don't think about the NFC?
If they had already been to the Super Bowl,
you would then do it
and lost, and I'd have physical evidence that they can get through the AFC, through Kansas City, through Cincinnati, if it came to it, but more so the Chiefs, then yes, I think this would be more of a thing for me. Like, okay, I might see that team, I might see this player. I think, right, part of it is, you asked about, like, would fans take that? A loss to Green Bay in the Super Bowl. The fact that I might take that is why I'm not monitoring the NFC, is the thing I would have to be worried about down the road. I'm not even sure I'll be that upset. Well, that upset about it, that I should be worried about it. Of course, you'd be upset about it, right? Like, the experience of actually losing in a Super Bowl and being that close, I'm sure, is way, way larger than I'm making it sound. But, that would be a win, I think. Making it to the Super Bowl in general would feel like another step forward, because it would feel like you've
oh, for sure,
you beat the boogeyman. You at least did that. And that's going to have everybody believing that you can now actually do it. And there are still some that I'm sure believe they'll never do it because they can't get past this team in this conference. And if they've done that, then I could start turning my attention, I think, to Green Bay and to Philadelphia and to Detroit and San Francisco maybe. But not until they make it. I think they've got to make it. Because it'd be different. Maybe Philly could be different for this. It'd be different if there was a super team over there. And there was...
Let me give you your comparison.
There's a team that I think is definitely better than everything that I'm going to face over here.
Is your comparison here, you're looking for the Niners and how they think about the Chiefs?
Yes,
They've lost to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl twice.
Yeah, that would be it. Or I'm thinking back to even when the Sabres were great in 2007, in that whole season and through the playoffs. What's the team I'm thinking about? Anaheim. Why? Because they were better than anything I was going to face in the East playoffs. There was a team over there that I know that's the best thing I'm going to face if I get there. And right now, the way the NFL is set up, I'm not sure that that's true. That you could look over at the NFC and say, the best thing I'm going to face is over there. Maybe you could do that with the Eagles. I'm not doing it with the Packers, though. I like the Packers a lot this year, but if the Bills make it to the Super Bowl, I'd bet they beat a better team than Green Bay on the way. I think Baltimore's a better team going in. Maybe that's it.
And Packers
I'd list at least one.
We'll see. The Packers are
they're good. They're the second leading favorite to win the NFC right now.
How much of their odds?
How about that?
How much of their odds move?
They moved a lot.
Okay.
Which usually doesn't happen. Well, usually doesn't happen in an individual game for a non-quarterback. But they were, what were they yesterday? Well, they certainly weren't favored. And today, they are now favored to win the division. So the Parsons trade has vaulted them above Detroit in the odds to win the NFC North. So they did move. I mean, as much as you'll ever see them move for a non-quarterback move for the season. Also, the Cowboys line, I guess, moved for next week against the Eagles. So there was definitely some movement. I think they're great. I mean, they were kind of like the Bills to me in that they have a bunch of pretty good players. I think the Bills' pretty good players maybe a little bit better than Green Bay's, and the Bills' quarterback is obviously better than Green Bay's. But they were a kind of a, all-around good team that is lacking the superstar. And now they've got the superstar. So it's hard to not like them. I don't even know where I would start. I just think they've got a good, complete team. I like the coach a lot. They've got an elite pass rusher. I like the quarterback. So maybe that's a difference between some. I like Jordan Love a lot. I mean, I could see betting them to win it. It's such a tough division, though. The odds of them going on the road are just... They're strong just because you have three other good teams in your own division. You could be great all you want, and a bounce goes against you, and you're opening the playoffs on the road now, just because you play in the NFC North.
Josh, you get Bill Simmons. I sent you Bill Simmons. Sorry, do this right now. You talk about the one seed. Get it? We're at the Super Bowl. You hear Bill Simmons said about the Bills?
No.
Okay.
I don't think maybe. I don't think so though.
We'll play this at some point. We'll get it later. It's a funny comment. It's about the one seed. He basically, in so many words, said, we'll play his comment because we'll make fun of the way that he said it, which is, I can't believe you might believe it, but that things have fallen for the Bills this year on the schedule. They don't play a road team over 500 probably. There might not be a single team on the road that's over 500 that they play. Atlanta might have the best chance at that. Is that right?
Houston.
New England, Houston, Atlanta. Those are the three teams that have a good look at being over 500 on the road.
And maybe Pittsburgh.
Okay.
But none of those teams have to go over 500.
No, that's right. Those are your four toughest road games.
Yeah, if you ranked their opponents by strength, are the top 5 at home?
Yeah, which road game are they most likely to lose? You see in a crystal ball and you find out the Bills go 7-1 on the road this year. Where do they lose? Who is it?
It's a good question.
It's a division game. Houston, Pittsburgh, Cleveland.
Yeah, that's not happening. Miami,
Carolina,
Atlanta.
Pick a road game for them to lose. Find it. It's tough.
Yeah, I don't have a good answer. It would be. Yeah, I guess I would say New England in Week 15 because just the odds that they could take a huge step forward. Because I don't see Houston being much different than they were last year, and the Bills. Houston last year, they beat the Bills at home. So, we've seen that. But what did it look like? The Bills had Josh Allen 9 of 31, whatever the numbers was, the least efficient day by completion percentage that a quarterback has had with that many passes in 30 years. Totally incompetent on offense, throwing the ball. And it took a 60-yard field goal to beat them at the end. They still almost won the game. Playing as bad as they could on offense. So I'm not going to Houston. I'll never pick Miami. I mean, Pittsburgh just because it could be dumb, right? Pittsburgh winning a dumb, low-scoring game, and it's the way that Pittsburgh usually wins. They block a kick, they get a fumble that goes their way, and they win 16-14. Or against the Bills, maybe more like 21-20. I'll say Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's their most likely loss because they're dumb. It's a dumb team. They win in dumb ways.
We talked to Christopher Carter yesterday in Pittsburgh of what's a successful season for the Steelers. He said 11 wins, wild card, and getting an easier matchup in the first round. That's a good, maybe win a game. And that would be seen as a good year for them.
Yeah, because they're approaching on a decade now without winning a playoff game.
Yeah, so
they're getting
there. Everybody's got a drought, right? Everybody's got their own battle. Everybody's got a drought.
Everybody's got a drought?
Everybody's got some drought.
What's Kansas City's drought?
1 year without the Super Bowl. It's not really a terrible drought, but everybody's got a drought. I guess the Bengals have a 2-year playoff drought.
The Bills' drought is just not going to the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what it is now, right? It's been 32 years.
Yeah. 32 years.
A long time.
I mean, it's longer than I've been around. So, yeah. What's Baltimore's drought?
Baltimore's
Same
drought.
thing?
Sure.
Who's got the worst one?
The Jets or the Dolphins.
I think Pittsburgh's drought might be worse than the Jets' drought.
It's not. The Jets have the longest playoff drought in North American sports. It's worse than the Sabres.
But just knowing that I'm going to go to a playoff game and just get my butt kicked every single year and cause that, just know that that's going to cause things to be the same. It probably isn't better, but at least you feel like you could live a little when you I could fire a coach, or I could get a new quarterback, and I could do this, and I can get a new GM. And in Pittsburgh, it's just no, we're just going to do the same thing again. And then we'll do the same thing next year, and we'll do the same thing the year after that, and the same thing the year after that.
Yeah, I mean, the Dolphins and the Jets both have worse droughts. The Dolphins haven't won a playoff game since...
That might be the worst one. They haven't won a playoff game since 1999, I believe.
Yeah, the 2000. It was in the calendar year 2000, but the 99 season.
Marino. Right? Is that still Marino?
The 2000 AFC wildcard game? I don't think so.
Okay. They beat, let's see, they won over... Wait a minute. Is this correct?
They beat the Colts in 2000.
Okay. Lamar 1 year off.
Lamar Smith had a big day on the ground, if I remember correctly.
No, the wild card game in 2000 for them, it was...
it was Jay Fiedler. That's their last playoff win.
Okay.
Jay
All right,
Fiedler,
I'm 1 year off. So that's 2001.
They beat Peyton Manning. Lamar Smith had 209 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns.
They also beat Seattle in a playoff game in 2000. And that would have been hilarious if their last playoff win was over the Seahawks.
That's right.
Who, how many people listening even know they were in the AFC at one point in time? But yeah, there's one more year in there.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Are you jealous of Green Bay in any way? I mean, the Packers' resume, here's a potential comparison. Is this their Diggs move, Green Bay? It's their... Hey, we're good. It's time to go in big for a 4-year window, 4 or 5-year window. This is our, not that it's the perfect comparison because they trade 2 firsts and a player, but
it's their first big all-in move.
That's right. That's right. We are already good, and we have an opportunity to say, let's win a Super Bowl. That's what this trade is about.
I think that is, because that's what the Diggs move was, a sign. I thought of, all right, let's go. It's go time.
Yeah.
We're gonna win for real now. We've made the playoffs, but now we gotta win big. They trade for Diggs. Green Bay won a playoff game, right? Did they win one last year? They won one 2 years ago.
They lost to the Eagles last year.
Did they?
Oh,
I don't remember that.
They lost to the Rams. I don't know.
But either way, they smoked the Cowboys 2 years ago. I remember that. They lost to the Eagles in the wild card round last year. So they're basically in the same. They're basically in the same, very similar spot to where the Bills were at that time. So, yeah, it's more their Diggs move than their Von move, right?
Yeah, I mean,
the Von move is I just need one last thing, finishing touch. They probably need another one of those at some point. But this is all right, now we're going to be like a legit Super Bowl contender.
Yeah, it's
for as long as these two guys are going.
That's right. It's way bigger than the Von move. The Von move is
bigger than the Von move.
Is a 6-year contract that you're hoping something goes well in the first 2 years of it.
Yeah.
And it just kind of didn't because of the injury, whereas
this guy you're hoping plays for 10 years for you and makes the Hall of Fame and is an all-time great.
100%.
You're hoping he's Reggie White.
This is, if it doesn't work out this year, that's fine. Now you have a player to build around, right? Franchise, cornerstone kind of guy defensively.
How about a star player choosing to go to Green Bay, by the way?
Why wouldn't you?
There was you guys just don't do it very often, do they? Going to Green Bay?
Reggie White did.
That was a long time ago. I saw yesterday morning, there was an article by, I'll have to get it, but it was like this conspiracy theory that, they had heard that there's a super tight relationship, I guess, between Parsons' agent and the Green Bay GM, and that, like, watch out for these two because they talk all the time and they, like, are super friendly with each other. And then sure enough, later in the day after that piece was dropped, Justin Mosqueda, who covers the Packers, wrote an article about Micah Parsons and NFL Siberia and why there's talk of the two. That was at 6:03 yesterday morning. And then he got traded to Green Bay later that day. So there might have been some smoke on that already, but that doesn't happen often that star players go there. They never sign top free agents. So good for them.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Happy Friday. I'm ready for one of those Bills I almost called them throwbacks. One of those Bills rivalry uniforms. I think they look great. I think New England's look pretty good.
We have 5 jersey combinations this year for the Bills.
Well, if you go combinations.
Not combinations, like jerseys.
Colors, blue, white, red, throwback, and rivalry. If they wear red, there's 5. Is there a throwback one or not? A throwback one this year.
They're wearing Standing Buffalo.
Well, there's red helmet. Yeah, okay, they're wearing Standing Buffalo helmet.
Yeah. Well, and the
red helmet.
Yeah.
And the regular. They're on 4 helmets this year.
4 helmets, 3 uniforms.
Yeah. Because there's no throwback.
No, there is. Yeah, the 60s uniform looks a little different, so that should be a different uniform. Yeah.
Well, they're going to wear the throwback uniforms in Atlanta.
Yeah.
So that's blue, white,
4 uniforms.
Throwback. No red this year. Rivalries instead.
I've seen nothing about them wearing red this year. I feel like I would guess they're not going to wear red, but
we're going to have Pete Gwelly on the show next week. We'll ask him. Full rundown.
Yeah.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Happy Friday. When we come back on Tuesday, it's fall. Get ready. Get hyped.
Because you do that on September 1st.
Yep. That's I'm sorry, just meteorological fall.
The sun says that September 22nd, though, is when
that is not correct. That's what that's what the stars and the equinoxes said, but that's not what weather, an actual existing on planet Earth, says. Meteorological fall. What do you live by, the stars or the weather? Make your call. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jerseys being revealed. We have a Dolphins leak. We've seen their black jerseys, which might represent Miami Knights. So a Bills uniform set in an hour. We'll see what it looks like. They'll wear it Week 5 against the New England Patriots in a Sunday night game. Checking in now with 14 teams in 14 days as we prepare for the season. We're going to go to Pittsburgh and chat with Christopher Carter, host of Locked On Steelers, for a little look at the Steelers season. The Bills will go to Pittsburgh this year and play the Steelers. Good morning, Christopher. Jeremy and Joe, thanks for taking some time today.
What's up, guys? Great to be on with you guys again.
1 week away from the season. We're excited, the Bills are hoping to take one more step, maybe two more steps. For Pittsburgh, what is it this year? It's Aaron Rodgers. It didn't go well in New York. We saw that firsthand here in Buffalo. What is the ceiling? What is it for Pittsburgh this year?
I think the Steelers are looking at potentially having an 11-win season if all things go right. And hoping, I don't think they win the division this year, but I do think that they can get themselves in a better wild card position where maybe they can get the 5th seed and play the lowest division winner of the AFC, and that would give them a chance to actually compete in the playoffs rather than getting blown out by the Ravens, the Bills, or the Chiefs as they have been the last 3 times they've been in the playoffs.
How likely do you think they are to achieve that? Not just to make it, but to win one of those games, and it could be very different, right, based on their opponent. I mean, it depends on the division. If they are the 5 seed and you get an AFC South winner, it's very different than coming to Buffalo or Kansas City. So I guess for you, does it need that, or could you even see them knocking off a big team like that if things go well with Aaron Rodgers? The Cowboys trade Micah Parsons to Green Bay. And the Packers are signing Parsons to a giant 4-year, $47 per year million deal. The Packers are getting 2 first-round picks and defensive tackle Kenny Clark in exchange for making that deal. The Bills worked out a couple of veteran kickers yesterday. Eddie Pinheiro, Greg Joseph, and Zane Gonzalez, who have all kicked many years in the league. Tyler Bass seemingly has been healthy the last couple of days. UB falls 23-10 to Minnesota, where they were close going into the fourth quarter, only down 13-10, but they fall to the Golden Gophers. Number 25 Boise State got blown out at South Florida, 34-7. Their first game without Ashton Genty did not go well. Auburn versus Baylor tonight, 8 p.m. Georgia Tech versus Colorado at the same time. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It felt like the league stacked 2025 for Buffalo a little bit.
You think so?
Home games. Baltimore, KC, Philly, Cincy, and Tampa. All of them home. Yeah. Road games, they're playing 5 bad 2024 teams, plus Atlanta, they're at Houston, and they're at Pittsburgh. Mm-hmm. Other than at Houston, which I think will be tough, especially with Houston's defense, they might not play an above 500 team on the road. Yeah. And then they have all these people coming to them.
Bill Simmons, the league is stacked the schedule for the Bills. We all know that's not actually possible. The schedule is determined years in advance. Yeah. It's a rotation. Sometimes it falls for you. I think you might be half kidding, but no, the league has not stacked the schedule for the Bills.
No, they have not done that. The only thing they control is the timing of the games. I don't know why, where they put them would make you say that.
Right. A week from today, Eagles, Cowboys. How about week 4, Sunday Night Football? Packers at Cowboys.
Oh, that's going to be awesome.
That's pretty good.
At Cowboys, too?
At Cowboys. Parsons gets 4 sacks. Don't we want that?
Oh, yeah. Will he get a tribute video? They don't really do those in the NFL, right? Oh, yeah. Everyone's going to want to be betting Parsons to get, multiple sacks in that game. For sure. Although, does Dak take sacks? Not really, right? I think he's usually one of the... I actually don't remember where he is on that. But I'd pick Green Bay to win that game in week 4.
Yep.
Oh, and how many, the best over-unders, if you can get them, I don't think you can do this in New York State, would be, find some crazy site that'll be how many times Jerry Jones gets shown in the press box on television? Over-under 9.5.
Yeah.
Every time he makes any play whatsoever, camera goes to Jerry Jones.
The Bills tried out some kickers yesterday. Jordan Schultz reported that. 3 kickers coming in for a tryout.
Yeah.
So that's not good, right? That's not good.
Probably not. It could just be they want to know who they call if something happens to Bass during the season, right?
I don't think so.
Try him out now so that, hey, Bass got hurt on the Saturday before the game. They know which guy that they like. They know who they're calling. They know who to get on a plane right away because they've already done the homework on him.
I don't think so.
You don't think that's it?
No, I don't. I don't think that's
Then what's happening to Bass?
I think that one of the things I saw about him kicking against the Bucs, I mean, he did not. Did he look right? He had a goofy,
he made 5 of 6, right?
But the one he missed, he had a goofy ball flight on the one. I saw, maybe they're internet doctors, but it is what it is, noticing that his follow-through on the kicks appeared to be kind of an abbreviated follow-through.
Okay.
Like he was kicking through something. He's got a pelvis injury, right? Like that was it. He had pelvis soreness.
Yeah.
Was the story?
Pelvis soreness. And he was out a while. Yeah.
I just feel like trying out 3 kickers now is a sign that like maybe Bass had a setback. Maybe not. You could be right. It's a little concerning. It's a little bit antenna up. The thing about any sort of injury right now, Bass went 3 of 4 kicking, by the way.
3 of 4. Okay.
3 of 4. And 2 of 2 for extra points. But the thing about right now is we don't get injury statuses yet. Wednesday's when that happens.
Right.
So is he on the injury report on Wednesday? And we'll have to see. They don't have a kicker on the practice squad. That's the next step. Is they've added a kicker to the practice squad because they don't know how Bass is feeling right now. They'll see how he feels on Wednesday. He can rest until Wednesday would be my guess, and then now it's an injury designation. If a kicker's added to the practice squad, then I'm all right. Keep an eye out.
Okay.
You ready for the entire season and 1 seed to come down to Eddie Pinheiro kicking a field goal in week 1? Anybody else ready for that?
I would not want to take that at all. I mean, I do wonder if Bass will become a story again this year if he doesn't improve off of what he did last year. I mean, I tend to think he was down to his last kick with the Bills when he kicked a 60-yard field goal to beat the Dolphins. He had missed an extra point in that game. The trade deadline was that week. And it didn't sound like they were closed off to replacing him. But then he made a 61-yard field goal to beat the Dolphins, and it's, well, there goes that. So I would wonder even, too, about, like, maybe it could be injury-related or just performance-related, what the future would hold for him. Because you look at his numbers now throughout his career, like kickers in the league in the last 5 years, and he's near the bottom. Like field goal percentage, extra point percentage, like he's nowhere near the top kickers in the league. So maybe it is injury related. I didn't even think of the injury part of it when you said that because I know he's been practicing and he's been back, but is he also fiddling with his follow through because the guy hits slices on his kicks for the last 3 years and he's trying to hit a draw?
I don't know. Wednesday's a big day next week. Injury designations, whether that's Trey White, Khalil Shakir.
Would you
Bass.
take Eddie Pinheiro from 41 yards to go to the Super Bowl? 803-0550. 41 yards? Is that the right number? Zane Gonzalez from 43. What do you say?
I mean, I guess I got to find out Eddie Pinheiro's career make percentage from 40, 43. Where is the game? Here?
Yes. The game's here. The Super Bowl is on Pinheiro's foot. Who, by the way, I think he goes back to Chris Tabor because we had Chris Tabor on. I think you mentioned him. So that could be a part of it too.
Cowboys trading Micah Parsons to the Packers for 2 firsts and a defensive lineman, and Jerry Jones says we have to stop the run. And it's in the best interest of their organization. Good luck to them.
Is that Saquon Barkley living in their heads a little bit?
Could be.
Did they make that trade because what did Barkley do against them last year? Is that where we should be looking for why they did this? Because Barkley ran all over them a couple of times last year. I think there was at least one game where I remember him going off against Dallas.
He went for, against Dallas, 31 for 167.
31 carries.
Right.
Okay.
5.4 yards per carry, but 31 for 167. No touchdowns. And then the other game, 14 for 66 and no touchdowns.
That doesn't sound like
Doesn't sound like it, yeah.
So.
Anyway.
Just, what a trade.
803-0550 1-888-550-2550. Been following on Twitter. There's a couple different things here, like Bills podcaster Z-Bot, who does a show on the Bills. He's got some information on the Bills rivalry uniforms, that 3 players will be available when this thing launches, and also the different levels of the jersey. There's a standard jersey, and then there's the Vapor Fuse limited version, which I guess is the more game on-field thing. So standard is 150, and the level up is 200. But the 3 players that will be available at launch, according to Z-Bot, it's Josh Allen, Keon Coleman, and Dalton Kincaid. Those are the 3. Which I think is a big miss to not have Dawkins available. And it might also be a big miss to not have...
Dawkins is the snowman. How is he not one of those included?
I know.
That is nuts.
These are 3 jerseys, though. When you're picking what you're going to sell, because this Rivalries campaign is at least 3 years. And you'd be hard-pressed to find players you're more confident will be on the team for 3 more years than Allen, Coleman. Kincaid is a little bit dicier, but still, I think he will be. Defensively, who's on this team in 3 years? Hairston.
Who's next? Rousseau.
Bernard.
Again,
Benford. So if it's to pick those 3 players, like I get, if his information he's got is correct, like,
yeah. But it doesn't, like, Coleman and Kincaid don't have to be that. Like, I wouldn't buy their jerseys right now. I have no idea what that's going to look like
in 3 years.
For 3 years from now, they don't have to pay Kincaid. That doesn't go well this year.
Well, this year's the time to decide about the 5th-year option on Kincaid. After this year, it's the 5th-year option. What are you going to do?
Right, and if he has 500 yards and I've bought a jersey for Dalton Kincaid, I'm probably feeling like that's not one that's going to last very long. I would think. Like, he's not. I wouldn't buy his jersey right now. Coleman's, I'd be more open to it just because of the extra year. But I'm also not the type that would ever get the Josh Allen jersey. Just everybody's got it. It'll stand out a little bit.
You want?
I want the jersey nobody's got.
I was trying to think of the safety they just signed to the practice squad that wasn't Poyer.
I don't want to go that. I don't want to go that.
The other one.
I keep forgetting his name. Franklin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to go. I don't want to go that deep with it, but Ty Johnson.
Here's a question on the Rivalries merchandise. Honest question: what can I spray the hat or hoodie or jersey that I buy? Can I spray it with anything so that I don't get barbecue sauce on my new jersey? Because that's the one downfall. That thing is all white, and as someone that has two kids that are 4 and a child that's also just over 1.
Right.
I won't even pick up the 1-year-old if I'm wearing a shirt that I don't want to get something immediately on the shoulder. Immediately
so you're
covered
trying to waterproof it, basically?
I'm trying to
stain-proof
Scotch Guard. Does Scotch Guard work here? I'm trying to make sure that I don't get blueberries on my shoulder of my brand new snow jersey. And I guess it's ruined now because it'll take approximately 1 day for me to get a stain on that jersey.
There's like 16 options on Amazon.
Yeah,
just from a
fabric
search.
protector.
Yep, yeah. Scotch Guard was one of them. Yeah,
I feel like,
but how effective is that going to be?
It does show a chair on the can.
Okay,
so but it says fabric. So
what
kind of fabric?
Can I laminate this jersey and then just kind of
get a clear coat?
Oh, that's what I'll do. I'll wear
like a plastic protective cover over it.
I'll just always wear a poncho, a clear trash bag over it. So I'm still wearing it, but it's kind of in the case.
Or you could just get really good at getting stains out of jerseys.
I don't know. There's some things that do not come out.
Give it a shot. I mean,
803-0550 to join us.
Just wear it in the winter only when no mud around like that. I would never wear that jersey in the spring, for instance. More likely. Outside, the kids running around, muddy hands.
If you wore it in the spring, wouldn't you think people would look at you and think, this guy really likes winter? He's wearing a snow jersey.
Yeah, you wouldn't. That's not a jersey you would wear to training. I mean, you could wear it wherever you want.
I feel like it's so white, I don't want to wear it anywhere.
Yeah.
That's part of the problem.
Put up on a wall.
Hey, join Khalil Shakir and Northtown Toyota tomorrow. Shakir Family Pet Adoption Event Saturday, August 30th. That's tomorrow. 11 to 3 at Northtown Toyota, Millersport Highway in Amherst. 1135 Millersport Highway. Lovable pets ready for adoption from local rescues. Grab bites from food trucks. Shop local vendors. Enjoy giveaways, raffles, and live entertainment, all for a great cause, benefiting Nickel City Canine Rescue, Awesome Paws Rescue, and Buddy's Second Chance. Hey, it's contest time. Be caller 5 to win a pair of tickets to National Buffalo Wing Fest happening this weekend, Saturday, Sunday. Plus 2 Wing Fest t-shirts courtesy of Buffalo Wing Fest for event hours and tickets. Visit buffalowing.com. Pair of tickets to caller 5 to 2214-WGR. Love Wing Fest. Ever tell you about the time I shared a stage with Joey Chestnut at the Wing Fest?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
At Wingfest?
At Wingfest.
Was it like a one-on-one wing eating contest?
No, it was the full wing eating contest, and they put up local celebrities are allowed to go on the stage.
Yeah, not to compete, just to be up there.
I mean to compete.
Oh, okay. So you did. Oh, you did.
I was up there and I ate like 7 wings. This is the thing. If you know you're not going to actually try to win, you'll just have some wings.
You didn't want to put a respectable number up there. Did you finish in last?
I don't even know.
I would just want to not finish last.
There are other local.
I can't imagine many
goofballs like me.
How much time did you get?
However much time they get, 5-10 minutes.
You could 7 wings in 10 minutes.
I was just eating wings.
That's a Thursday for me.
I was just on. I don't know if the number was 7. It was not a memorable number. I was sharing a stage with a great.
Wait, so if it's that few, like you didn't walk off the stage at some point, right?
No,
in the middle, like
12 minutes. 12 minutes.
12 minutes.
I probably ate like 10 wings.
So you just were just sitting there, like feet up, like looking around, just eating wings, one at a time.
I was standing.
Or standing.
It's like asking.
It's so casual eating 7 unless you ate 7 and then stopped, is what I'm saying. If you paced it out, 7 over 12 minutes is like.
I probably just kind of picked at it. I grazed.
That's bad wings per 60.
That is bad wings per 60. Wait,
might be the all-time. Might be the worst.
That's
ever.
That's 35 wings per 60.
Yeah, but compared to other people,
again, I'm not trying to win the competition. What do you think? I'm going to go in there and upset Joey Chestnut? I'm not Grimsby Town against Man U.
How many did he eat?
I don't know. Check out the number. 2012 Wingfest, Joey Chestnut. He won. I think he won. Might have been the Black Widow, actually, back then. And Badlands Booker was there.
Let's see. He ate. I'm sorry. I just got a list of his records in general. Hard-boiled eggs was the first thing that came up.
2012 is my guess, the year.
He ate 141 hard-boiled eggs.
Yikes.
182 chicken wings in 30 minutes.
They don't get 30 minutes.
12 minutes, 220 wings.
What?
He did that in 2017.
Okay. I'm 2012.
So that was his record. So he must have been. I'm sure he was close to that in 2012.
2012 is a guess. I'm at the Major League Eating page for results. Okay, it was Sonia Thomas.
Hey, are you listed?
No, in 2011 it was the Black Widow, Sonia Thomas. So Joey finished in second.
Okay. Well, he didn't even win it.
No. And when they do wings, they do weight.
Okay.
Oh, look at this. My name is on this board.
Yeah.
I did not know that. Now I had no idea until right now that
there is a box score
that at MajorLeagueEating.com I ate 13 wings.
No, that you placed in 13th. You ate 0.85 pounds of wings.
0.85 pounds. But that's just of the meat. They weigh it before and then they weigh it after. So however cleanly you pick them. Yeah. Sonia Thomas ate
0.85.
I was out.
What a joke.
Hold on a second. I was eating wings during the day before that. I was at Wingfest. I was actually... Whatever. Get out of here.
Where is this box score? I can't find this.
MajorLeagueEating.com/contests/441.
Okay.
Sonia the Black Widow Thomas. Second place, Joey Chestnut. Pat Bertoletti. See the Buffalo guy? I think he is. Third.
Okay.
Badlands Booker 4.
Gotcha. And yeah, you're listed here. You finished in last by more. You had less than half of what the next closest person had.
Yeah.
Put up a fight, right? A little bit.
It might not be too late to get you on the stage this year.
I'll do better than
call Drew Cerza right now.
I'll do better than 0.85 pounds.
You're talking a big game over here.
I can tell you that.
It's not about if you beat me. It's about you have to beat somebody else. You're saying you won't finish in last.
How many wings is 2 pounds? Because that's what second last was here.
It's not 2 pounds with the bones. It's straight 2 pounds of chicken cleaned off of chicken bones.
Right, that's right.
Could you eat 2 pounds of chicken in
In 12 minutes?
In 12 minutes.
If I really needed to.
Of course you could.
Of course I could.
But if you know I'm not actually going to win this competition, I'm just kind of up there as a stunt because I'm a goofball, you might just hang out and eat some wings.
I still would want to overperform for those that had the over.
I can't believe there's documentation of this. I had no idea that the name was actually there. September 4th.
Your name is at 8majorleagueeating.com.
That's right.
Does that make you a professional athlete?
I think I'm a professional eater now.
Yeah.
Yep. That's right. Man, what a day for me. What a Friday.
You're only 6 pounds from the lead.
5.5, please.
5.5.
You got to add this to the Twitter bio.
That's right. 13th.
Placed 13th.
Placed 13th in the National Wing Eating Contest. Yeah, Joe, you got one of those? You have a top 15 finish in a national eating contest? I don't think so. I don't think you do. All right. What a day. 803-0550 on WGR.
Huge trade in the NFL yesterday. Micah Parsons traded from the Cowboys to the Packers in exchange for 2 first-round picks and Pro Bowl defensive tackle Kenny Clark. And Green Bay signs Parsons to a 4-year, $188 million deal. Much of that is guaranteed, $47 million per year, highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL by $6 million, coming over top of TJ Watt. The Bills worked out a couple of veteran kickers, Eddie Pinheiro, Greg Joseph, and Zane Gonzalez. Tyler Bass had kicked in the final preseason game and had been practicing, but the Bills working out kickers anyway. UB falls 23-10 to Minnesota in their first game of the regular season. They went into the fourth down 13-10. Number 25 Boise State got blown out in their first game without Ashton Genty yesterday. They lost 34-7 to USF. Auburn versus Baylor at 8 p.m. tonight. Georgia Tech will play Colorado at the same time. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I want to tell you that I really like Micah. I appreciate the 4 years that we've had him here. He's a great player.
You can have the boat or the mystery box.
We not only gives us 4 first-round picks over the next 2 years. Nothing says we can't use some of those picks right now to go get somebody right now.
A boat's a boat, but the mystery box could be anything. It could even be a boat. You know how much we've wanted one of those.
Yes, Family Guy. And Jerry Jones, very appropriate off the press conference yesterday where they announced that Jerry Jones wants to stop the run. And Micah Parsons on his way to Green Bay. He's there. He signs a huge extension, and the offseason is complete now. All the hold-ins worked. I'm just gonna next year, I want to remember that. They all worked.
Including James Cook?
Right, that's right. Sure. I mean, you could say, well, who knows if it made a difference. The point is, everybody that held in got an extension. Nobody was forced to sit out games. Nobody got really hardballed here. So next year, when we get to 4 or 5 players holding in, I'm going to lean back on this year if I remember to and say everybody else got their deals, so I'd expect more of them. Being even on Hard Knocks saying, was it Hard Knocks where he said it? Where the hold-in's kind of nice because the guy's here. He's going to meet.
I think he said that on Hard Knocks.
This appears to be a effective route to take, and your GMs don't get too mad, and if they do, they trade you to Green Bay. So,
right, I was going to say that was the one where it was probably going to go into the season.
Didn't it feel like it was the least likely that the player would actually leave the team?
Definitely. I thought Hendrickson was the most likely. I would have never thought Parsons would actually get traded.
Mm-hmm.
And because this is what they do, right? Like, the history tells you they waited on Dak. They waited forever on Dak. I mean, they franchise tagged him twice. That would be 3 years further out than where they are with Parsons right now, right?
Yeah.
That is, he played on the final year of his contract, then they franchise tagged him, then they franchise tagged him again. I think they may have paid him before that year. Parsons gets traded. Like, I would have thought, they're just playing games. This is what they do. They did with CeeDee Lamb, too. They wait to the end. They'll pay extra because of it, and he'll play this year on the final year of his deal, and then they'll threaten the franchise tag, and then they'll extend him and pay him $50 million next year. I never thought they would actually trade him. Because, again, like, part of my confusion is just what do they want to be? And I guess what you're hearing from Jerry Jones there is he legitimately thinks that he's going to win with this formula. Adding a defensive tackle, stopping the run. He seems to think, from that clip, he's going to have the ability somewhere to trade these first-round picks and go get something that's going to help you right now when we just went through it. All the guys that were worth first-round picks have signed. So it's over. You can't go get, I mean, maybe they can go get Trey Hendrickson today. They can't go get Terry McLaurin today. They can't go get James Cook. They can't go get Myles Garrett or TJ Watt. There's nobody out there that they're going to trade a first-round pick for. So I don't know who he thinks he's acquiring.
Right, especially now. 803-0550. Jealous of the Packers here on the Parsons trade? You want to give us a thought on the Bills and the Parsons trade? You can. The other side of this, a little Friday topic for you. What's the most upset you've ever been at a trade? Because a lot of what was going around in Dallas yesterday was Luka Doncic, and then Micah Parsons. The Stars even tweeted out, "Don't worry, Mika Rantanen is still on the team," which was very funny. Which gets us to, what's the most upset you've ever been about a player going out in a trade? Think about that for a minute. Give us a call. And you want to make a Buffalo sports history, you're a Yankee fan, whatever. It's the most upset you've ever been about a trade. Mm-hmm. So there's also the version of it where you're 8 years old and you learn that players can get traded. I had that one with Lenny Dykstra. But the most upset I've ever been about a Sabre or a Bill being traded away. I mean, Diggs last year was a shock. Yep. And I didn't love it. But a second-round pick was somewhat easy to square. And also, right when they did it, we thought they might go out and get like Brandon Ayuk or something. But that's more. There's more to that age and role in the offense. There's a lot to that one. I don't know if that's the most upset I've been about a player traded away. I'm trying to think of who it is. I've been sitting here, Joe, for 25 years. So, is it 25? No, 20. Anyway, who even knows anymore? The most upset. Jason Peters. Are you mad about that? Are you mad?
Yeah.
Are you mad when...
I was mad when Takeo Spikes got traded because he was one of my favorites as a kid. That's a lot of it, right, is who did you love growing up that got traded away?
Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah. I mean, for me, on the hockey side, it was Brian Campbell. I loved Brian Campbell. Second favorite Sabre, second favorite athlete maybe growing up. Loved him.
He cried.
And he was upset too. I'm sure that did not help being upset about it. I had his jersey. He might have been my first real jersey, honestly. Was a Brian Campbell slug jersey.
Yeah. That was at a time where the Sabres were just literally unwilling to pay market rates.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Right, that's the other thing. He was still very good. They were supposed to still be trying to be good, and then he got traded away for picks, right? So that one was tough for me.
Bernier.
I'm 11 when that happened. 12.
Isn't that Big Bear Bernier in a pick? That's
right. Okay, so maybe that actually helped within a week. Hey, the new guy showed up and was awesome for one game at least. I don't know if it was more than that.
I think the pick ended up being Ennis.
All right, well that turned out okay. Still, I was devastated when they
most
traded
upset
him away.
I've ever been about a trade. Who have the Bills traded away over the years? Peerless Price. That got a first-round pick.
The best players they've traded away would include, it's Diggs, and you went back to Jason Peters. In between that, they traded Tyrod away, but everyone knew that was happening.
Cordy Glenn.
Yeah, no, that ain't it. That ain't it.
Sammy Watkins. There's an answer.
All right.
You might have liked Sammy an awful lot and thought it was really early to bail on that. Looking back, that's fine.
But who's the guy that was great that they traded
Let's revisit
away?
Watkins. Watkins was a 4th overall pick at receiver.
Yeah.
And they got out of that early.
But the whole thing was annoying, right? Him always being injured, and how good is he really?
Yeah.
And you got him, and now we don't have the quarterback, so what are you doing here? And I don't know. I wonder how, because Parsons, I'm sure, was beloved by fans. And I know there's going to be nothing Buffalo-wise that compares to that. But, Watkins wasn't... He was maybe polarizing, right? But he wasn't, beloved.
No.
The way that... I'm sure you're going to have more examples, I think, of the Sabres with this because there were more Sabres that won, right? Vanek getting traded away, I'm sure, I don't remember me being brokenhearted about that, but I'm sure there were fans that grew up with him being great.
Miller.
Watched him in the playoffs. Miller, too.
Yeah, those trades.
That would have broke your heart.
See, that was tough because at that time I wanted those trades to happen because I thought they needed to.
Yeah.
You got yourself in that spot by making other trades like the Campbell trade and losing Breer and Drury.
That's where the Peters trade, Jason Peters, might be the closest to Parsons for what we have, where the guy is a great player, and you can't really come up with any good reason why they should have done it.
Right.
Because, Vanek, Miller, Pominville, those guys were beloved. They were still all really good players. But there was, a defense for doing it. For sure, this is the direction they got to go. Repaying them now doesn't make a ton of sense. Maybe that's where the Campbell trade, hit me hard, too. But, Jason Peters this guy is great, and you should just pay him. And that is exactly, I think, what Cowboys fans are waking up today saying is, what was the defense for doing this?
Yeah.
He's amazing. He was young. We're trying to win. It's kind of that for that. It's the Luka trade. That fan base having that happen to them twice within a year of why are we doing this? So that we can get a power forward and we could get a defensive tackle. Just that would drive me nuts. And I don't have a lot of comparables here for that.
8030550. Got some tweets in, some answers, and some throwback names. Anthony writes in, I feel like I can say Patrick Mahomes. You could, if you really wanted him, and they're on the clock, you get to... That's the thing, Joe. Some of these are going to be, I was mad at the time, and it turned out it didn't make any difference. And then there's, I was mad at the time, and looking back, I was right. Because you might have been right about... Here's one, like Aaron writes in, Lee Evans for me. Suffered through the Lossman years, never complained. Right, we finally get a worthy receiver on the other side, and Stevie, we trade away Evans. They trade away Evans, and the idea was he had lost a step. He goes to Baltimore, and what happens after that?
Like, he can do anything.
He's kind of done quickly as a drop in a important playoff game or a tough catch that he doesn't come up with.
He had 74 yards after leaving the Bills.
Right. So at the time, I'm mad. What happened? Well, it's pretty much over from there.
Right.
Okay. Versus another one where if you are someone that really wanted Mahomes and they trade out of that spot, you've been mad about it since, and then they get Josh, and that's much easier to take. Andrew writes in, Stu Barnes getting traded to Dallas.
Okay.
Jay writes in, Ryan O'Reilly. It's a good one.
Yeah.
On the Peters trade, which you said, like, what was the defense of it? If I remember, the reason they traded Jason Peters is because it's kind of like Parsons. He was unbelievably, grossly underpaid, and the Bills at the time, I think, had a policy of not renegotiating contracts that weren't in their final year. It came down to they didn't want. Sorry, we don't do that. We'll trade you to the Eagles. Okay.
I mean, that's brutal, right?
It's tough. More names on this.
That's the closest thing for this situation that I think I've got.
There, of course, the Sabres bring with them in this conversation about the trades that made you the most upset for a player leaving. I mean, the Sabres, they don't exactly have...
Hasek?
Well, I was going to say, that falls in line here. They don't exactly have Cowboys vibes because the Cowboys, while they don't win big, they do compete regularly.
Mm-hmm.
And the Sabres, this is kind of a little bit of the franchise identity. Hasek left. Pekka, right?
Everybody.
Everybody leaves. Everybody gets traded.
Right. Name their best player that ended their career here. Go ahead. I'll give you an hour to figure it out. Since Perot. Since Perot, who's the best player they've had to end their career here. You ain't going to find one. Craig Anderson had a send-off. There you go.
He's a nice player. Dave on a cell phone. Hey, Dave, good morning.
Hi. I guess I'm really glad that the Bills didn't do something like get Micah Parsons and have to lock up $47 million in one player. I think the way that, Brandon Beane is doing it is preferable because that's a large fraction of your salary cap to tie up in one position, even though he is that great.
Well, I would say I'm not sure Brandon Beane would be happy about it. He flat out said on Bussin' with the Boys, if he could add any player in the league, it would be Myles Garrett, who just signed for $40 million.
Right.
So I think Beane would pay it. And, I don't know.
That would be as to say that if Joey Bosa had 20 sacks this year and just stayed healthy and was a big performer in the playoffs, that they would say after the year, you got yourself into like the $35 million range, so we're good. We're going to walk away. We have no interest.
Even that's different because of the age and the injury history.
But just any player elevating themselves to a level that Parsons is at to say, now they'd walk away. They draft... So this year they draft Landon Jackson. Feels like a bad example because I feel like there's zero chances.
Just go ahead and make T.J. Sanders.
T.J. Sanders.
He's Chris Jones.
Yeah, he's Chris Jones.
You pay him.
He's 15 sacks per year. You think if he became a $40 million player a year, they would say, no, we're good. We're good. Because that's too much for one player. Keon Coleman goes for 1,700 yards and 15 touchdowns, and they say, you're too much money. We're going to let you walk. You do that at any position. Yeah. Any player becoming top of their position in the league money-wise on the Bills, earning that, becoming that. Max Hairston is Sauce Gardner. We think Brandon Beane's going to walk away from that guy?
I don't.
If they had Micah Parsons, we think they would have traded him to Green Bay?
No.
No, they would have paid him.
No, that's right. And, I think that's a common talking point about the cap and you got to do it one of 2 or 3 ways, or 1,000 ways, I guess I should say. It's a lot of money to tie up in one position. Right, it's worth it. I think it's worth it. I think a lot of teams would say that is worth it. Not that the Bills could have done it, but it's also, thanks Dave for the phone call. It's also a little bit of cheating and a little whatever. It's cheating to say, would you rather do cap hit or AAV? Which is it? Because if AAV is 47, okay, which is cap hit this year? 10?
Right.
Is he going to have the same cap hit as Curtis Samuel?
Right, for this year.
Right. And the way the cap works...
His estimated cap hit this year I saw is 20, by the way. But still, it's still less than half of what his AAV is.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, if you're looking at Spot Track, that's because that's what his cap hit was for the trade. So they'll do the deal, and we'll get the numbers on that. A team that was going to inherit him in a trade was going to have $21 million on the cap. So now they knocked that number down to 11.
Okay, that might have confused because they labeled it as estimate, so I didn't know what that meant. Okay.
And it's funny, we can always have conversations and arguments about the cap, and GMs do have to work under the cap. But it's I want to say long been my belief, but I'm kind of arriving there more and more. This offseason, we had Mike Giannetti of Spot Trek on, and we talked about how the Eagles do it differently than anybody else. Here's a good example. I was looking at at Spot Trek at multi-year cap. How many dollars do you have in your future cap? And just think about it. You can think about it a lot of different ways. Multi-year cap. And the Bills are high on this list because they've just signed a bunch of extensions. In the year 2030, the Eagles have $145 million committed. That is 2030. The Eagles have $145 million committed. Half the league has $0 committed. Zero.
Nothing.
The Patriots don't even have dollars committed in 2029.
Yeah.
Neither do the Titans. The Falcons have $5 million in 2029. Just to be $145 million for the Eagles committed in 2030.
Yeah.
That is 5 years away. If you want to sign Micah Parsons, that's void years. A lot of things hit. I don't understand the cap on the level that people that run the cap do. But what I feel like I do understand, and feeling like you understand something and being wrong on it is common, so maybe I'm wrong, is just that you want a great player, you can have a great player. You're always going to be able to fit a great player. And sometimes that means cutting B-level guys and C-level guys and eating dead cap. Listen, the Bills have a lot of good players. If you wanted to piece together $25 million in cap space and say, I'd rather have Micah Parsons than those 3 guys, it's not hard to do. Most teams, you'd be able to go back in time in hindsight and say, I would do that. What's better to have? And whatever. We don't have to pick all the guys. We don't have to do that. I just think that the fear of paying a great player too much, you don't want to pay middle guys too much. But you do want to pay great guys too much. And that's what Parsons is. What's the stat? Parsons could not have a pressure on his next 1,000 pressures, and he would lead the league in pressure rate of the last 4 years. What you don't want to do is pay Rousseau that money. You want to pay Rousseau what he's getting paid. He's in the middle, right? He's pretty good.
Yep.
You don't want to overpay for guys that aren't as good as Parsons. You don't want to pay $57 million for Tua. You do want to pay $57 million for Josh. You don't want to pay $38 million for pick a receiver that's not as good as the rest that got that money. I mean, whatever. The passage time, money goes up. It's all woven in there. But $145 million for the Eagles in 2030, and a team like the Chargers have $0 in 2030. Chargers, Cowboys, Bucks, Panthers, Vikings, Patriots, Cardinals, Saints, Titans, Commanders, Bears, Colts, Raiders, Falcons, Giants. $0 committed in 2030.
Right.
Eagles, $145. The Bills are third on the list with $89 million.
Right.
So I like to point it out a lot. The Eagles operate in a different world, and more and more teams should be operating in their world.
Yeah.
They have a lot of liquid cash. They feel very confident where the cap is going, how flexible it'll be, and if they win 3 to 4 Super Bowls, they've already got 2 in the last however many years, but they've got 1. They pay everybody on their offense. They have top-paid receivers, top-paid running back, top-paid quarterback, top-paid offensive lineman, top-paid tight end.
Well, in part of their one thing they got paid off on, and they ended up paying the guy. But one thing I think when you are paying a Micah Parsons $47 million that you are now going to be challenged to do is, okay, you've got this other on top of your quarterback. You're paying all this money to one guy. So there are a couple more roles on your team that you're going to have to, as a general manager, skillfully figure out how to fill that spot without much of an asset, without much of a draft pick, or without much money involved. And like, what did the Eagles do last year? You mentioned they pay all that money on offense. Jalen Hurts and Lane Johnson and A.J. Brown and Barkley and Dallas Goedert's got $10 million per year. Everybody's paid on that offense. So what do they have to do? Let's throw $1 million at Zach Bond, who's like a special teams linebacker who started a little bit in the league. Let's just go throw a token contract at him, and we're gonna play him because we gotta nickel and dime it on defense. And that's an extreme example because he became an all-pro, right? But that's what you got to do sometimes. They don't even get to him if they go pay another guy $7 million. I mean, right now, the contracts you don't want to have are Curtis Samuel being a $9 million cap hit on your team when if I don't have a middle road guy like that, I can just go do what? Shavers at $900,000 or Elijah Moore at $2 million this year? Like, I'd rather do that. Yeah. Go take your shots at those cheap guys and at those mid-round draft picks to fill in those gaps. And I think if you have the elite player making $45 million, that is a way you can win with holes on your roster.
803-0550. Steven tweets in. We'll get some calls on the other side. We're wide open on this Friday. Steven tweets in. I'd argue the Bills would never pay a guy $40 million in 2025 if they drafted him because they'd sign that person early enough where it wouldn't cost them that much. It seems to be Bean's MO. And that is true. However, we've not seen them have to pay this guy's the best in the sport other than Josh. And what do? They paid him early because it's good to pay early, but they put him at the top of the league. What
would they do with Parsons? Like, they would have paid him. You're saying they would have paid him a year ago?
Yes, I'm saying if you want to say they wouldn't pay a guy $40 million, that's kind of an arbitrary number you kind of pick out of thin air. The question is, Bean wants to get a deal done with Max Hairston or TJ Sanders in 3 years because he's become the best in the sport. That's not the same as a Bernard or a Shakir or a Rousseau contract. He's the best defensive tackle in the sport. We got to pay him number one money. Are we going to pay that? And you save because you get out ahead of it. Like the Cowboys could have saved on Dak and CeeDee Lamb and Parsons by paying them market rate, which would have still been near the top of the league, but just done it a year earlier or 2 years earlier. That's the point that's made about the Cowboys a lot. Like, you don't want to pay Parsons $40 million right now. If you paid him $40 million 2 years ago, he'd be under contract for 5 years, and you'd be fine. The savings comes in signing before the cap goes up another year, and the market continues to explode on every one of these positions. So, thanks, Dave, for the phone call. If you're on hold, stick with us. We'll get a call on the other side. The trade that made you the most mad, and, we're talking about the Parsons thing. I don't think anybody thinks the Bills could have / should have done this unless things were a lot different. And you'd have to have things be a lot different leading up to the moment Parsons gets traded. And I'm not sure anyone should have really expected that. 803-0550, wide open phone lines. And if you're on hold, we'll get to you on the other side here on WGR.
Giant trade in the NFL yesterday. Micah Parsons sent to the Green Bay Packers. The Cowboys get 2 first-round picks and defensive tackle Kenny Clark in exchange. Parsons and Green Bay agree on a 4-year, $188 million deal that is $47 million per year, $6 million more than T.J. Watt, who was at the top of the position before. The Bills work out a couple of veteran kickers yesterday: Zane Gonzalez, Greg Joseph, and Eddie Pinheiro. UB falls 23-10 to Minnesota. They were close, down into the fourth quarter even. 13-10 was the score going into the fourth. Number 25, Boise State got blown out yesterday by USF. Tonight, Auburn versus Baylor and Georgia Tech versus Colorado. Those 2 games are both at 8 o'clock. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
My understanding is over the course of the past 3 or 4 days, the Cowboys engaged with the Packers. They struck a deal about 2 days ago. And then in secrecy, the Green Bay Packers and David Mulugheta, who's Micah Parsons' agent, who the Cowboys did not negotiate with, struck this deal. Micah Parsons is now a Green Bay Packer.
Ian Rappaport on the deal yesterday. His tweet, "This is real, not a drill." You had to do the whole, hold on, am I getting fake accounted here? Micah Parsons to the Packers. Season's upon us. Listen, we got so much college football this weekend.
Oh, man.
Great games.
Great games, too. Yeah.
And then by Thursday, Thursday night football, Friday night football, full slate Sunday, Monday, and we're back. Like, it's here. It's awesome.
It's like every day. So there's games tonight. They're not ranked opponents, but you've got Power 5 teams playing tonight. And then tomorrow, Ohio State, Texas is like the biggest opening game ever. And you've got LSU and Clemson. Sunday night is Miami and Notre Dame. So you have a great college game on Sunday night. I think there's even a game on Monday night. Belichick. North Carolina versus TCU is Monday night. And then you've just got Tuesday, Wednesday to get you to the Thursday game. And then your Friday NFL next week. Just every day for like the next week, except for next Tuesday and Wednesday.
Get to calls in a moment here.
Did you see, very quickly, did you see what number Parsons might wear?
No.
Because 11's taken.
Who's got that, Jaden Reed?
Jaden Reed. So maybe he buys it from Jaden Reed or they figure something out.
I feel like Jaden Reed is actually good enough to keep it.
There's not a ton available, but it was pointed out that what he might pick, his high school number and the number that he wore, I think, for his first year in college is available, and that is number 23. How would you feel about Micah Parsons wearing number 23?
The old Micah Hyde number? Did he wear 23 in Green Bay?
An edge rusher wearing 23.
Not a fan.
No?
No, I don't want that.
Is it better than Matthew Golden wearing 22?
It is. Is Golden going to change?
I don't know.
He could now the camp's over. All right, look at the roster. What numbers are available for Parsons? 3, 4, 5, and 6 are available.
All better.
Did he wear... I feel like I've seen...
He wore 11...
At Penn State. He wore 11.
Did he wear number 1?
I thought he wore 11, but you might be right. I thought a Penn State pass rusher wore 6 recently.
He wore 11 at Penn State.
I would put 9 on Parsons before I put 23 on it. 9's available.
9.
Yes. Or if he wants to get... Vaughn wore 40.
If he wants to go
linebacker,
high?
Is he a linebacker?
That's a good question. I don't know.
The Packers have all the 40s available, and if you want to go all the way up to like the 90s, 97, 98. Anyway,
all right,
we'll get some calls in. AJ in Raleigh. Hey, AJ, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing today?
We're good, AJ. What's up?
I'm not mad, Jeremy. I'm just extremely disappointed in you. If you were playing golf with a professional, would you go, quote, hit some golf balls?
Well, you know what? AJ's talking about how in 2011 I shared a stage with Sonia the Black Widow Thomas and with Joey Chestnut, and I only put down 0.85 pounds of wings to finish 13th in the nation. I thought of trying to make this analogy to Joe when he was making fun of me, and I thought, if I was playing in a long drive contest with Bryson DeChambeau, and you're like, well, how far did you hit it? Like, I don't know. I just whacked the ball. I don't remember the number because I was not in the competition, really. I was just on the range with him. So, yeah.
You play to win the game.
I mean, nah.
Where it said.
I know.
I just...
You play to win.
I equate this to the level of, like, Howard with the fruit.
Okay.
Oh,
all right,
wow.
Well, listen,
That is,
can I plead? I was a much more immature version of myself. If I got another run at it, I might eat like 12 wings.
I did the average, and you ate about 12 wings.
Okay, I ate a dozen wings in 12 minutes. Come on.
Not a great effort. You had lunch.
Yes,
that's what it feels like you did. Like you had an opportunity, like free lunch.
In the 2011
12 wings.
Wingfest Championship, they provided me with 12 wings that I ate. On the stage.
How many wings were on the plate?
Oh, it was a tray. Like they gave me a tray the same way they gave Joey.
Like 100 wings.
However many are in a tray. Yeah, they would have weighed the tray.
Yeah.
And then I ate 12, and then they weighed the tray.
So wait, was there a visual? I wonder if there's a photo of like.
I have pictures. I have pictures from this event.
And is there like a table where like everyone else's plates are like empty or almost empty, and yours looks like it hasn't been touched?
I mean, maybe.
Brutal.
Dan in New Jersey. Hey, Dan.
Hey, what's up, boys?
How are you?
Friday. Good. I wanted Parsons. I won't lie. My whole thing. I know it would have been tough to do. I think the entire situation is a little bit of an indictment on Brandon Beane, because we're sitting here talking about. You might say, okay, it would have been really tough to fit him under the cap. So we have no cap room, but we have question marks at defensive back. We're all worried about safety and cornerback. I'm worried about the receiver room. We've got a kicker who I'm worried about. Like, we have all these question marks, and yet we keep hearing, okay, so we have no cap room. So maybe we couldn't have done Parsons. Maybe we couldn't have done Metcalf, which is what I really would have liked to see. I think my question is why? Like, why are we so tight, and yet we still have so many questions that I'm personally concerned about.
Yeah.
So anyways, happy Friday, boys. I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks, Dan. I think it's a fair question. It's the kind of thing where, a week before the season where you think the Bills could very well win the Super Bowl, and, if you do that, everything you did worked out. But, this question, why are they always up against the cap, is fine to ask. They do draft and develop and sign their own. This offseason was about signing your own. And I don't want this to sound like it's too negative, but I do like to point this out sometimes, Joe. Eyes on the prize. GMs love to say draft, develop, and sign your own. Mm-hmm. And that's great. It means you've made good draft picks. If you sign a guy, it means the pick was good. Mm-hmm. And as a GM, when your picks are good, you look good. But draft, develop, and sign your own. That's not the actual scoreboard. That's not the banners. That does it matter? Right. Sure. The Eagles just won a Super Bowl. Did they draft and develop and sign their own? Some of them. And some of them were A.J. Brown and Saquon Barkley. And right. Some of them were... It kind of doesn't really matter. If the Bills win the Super Bowl because Michael Hoyt and Joey Bosa make huge plays, mm-hmm. and because... Who else is not from this team?
Eddie Pinheiro makes a kick.
Right. No one goes back in time and asks, oh, man, was it one of your own that won the Super Bowl?
Ty Johnson makes a big play or something. There's not many guys on offense.
Yeah,
how about Josh Palmer?
Josh Palmer goes for 120 yards. And Curtis Samuel are keys to unlocking the offense. So they weren't drafted and developed and signed their own. They're cagey free agent signings. Mm-hmm. Like the 13 seconds team that you all think should have won the Super Bowl. That's Diggs and Beasley and Brown. That's not signed, develop
Sanders,
your own.
But yeah,
same thing. Sorry, Sanders and whoever's on the offensive line. So, again, it's not to say that it's bad. It is good to draft and develop and sign your own. You want to have a spot where you think, like, all right, not everybody. And they did let Gabe walk, right? They didn't draft. They draft, develop, and didn't sign Gabe. They draft, develop, and didn't sign Tremaine Edmonds, and along the way. So, I feel like what you're saying. You wonder, how can you be so tight to the cap and not have maybe more elite players? And the answer is the Bills have a lot of really good players. They've They've been out in front of it. They've wanted to sign guys. They do have questions at safety, at corner, at defensive line, but they have potential answers at those spots too. We kind of have to wait to see how it plays out this year. But I don't think the point you make is unfair to make. And who has the most players drafted on their own roster? Every once in a while, that stat gets floated, and I think that's...
I saw it the other day about Tampa. Tampa's number one in the league by like 15%.
Yeah,
I think the Bills are like
2, and I think Cincinnati is 3.
Yeah.
And there are some good teams near the top. It's good to have good draft picks, but it's also good to just have the best players. And
right.
Not to say in any way that, like, Bean is confused about that. You take your wins where you take your wins. But yeah, I sometimes get keyed up on that, like, oh, congratulations on this team, whoever it is, having so many of their picks there.
It's also very different from, like, are we done with the sunglasses meme? That's fine.
Definitely
Because what is sunglasses? That is, I'm going and doing the big thing. That is, I'm big baller Bean, right?
Uh-huh.
And draft, develop your own good players at every position. Nah, I don't want to spend $45 million on a superstar player if they had the opportunity to do that. That's not sunglasses. That's the opposite. So, which is it? Because I believe that is still in there. I believe that if Micah Parsons had become available next February, that the Bills would have been desperate to get him.
Mm-hmm. I do too.
But there's a lot of sentiment in the last 12 hours of, oh, no, they would never want a player that costs that much. I don't believe that at all. And if you believe that, then don't use the sunglasses meme anymore.
803-0550. 1-888-550-2550. Give us a ring. We've got more time to talk with you. Not a lot of call. No guests today. Just hanging out here on a Friday, a pre-fall Friday. Good weekend of college football on the way.
It is chilly today. It got down to 48 last night.
All right, I like that. I don't mind that. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Contest time again. Caller 5 to 221-4WGR. Caller 5 will win a pair of tickets to see the Deftones. That's going to be at KeyBank Center. Deftones with special guests, Fantogram and the Barbarians of California. KeyBank Center, September 1st. Courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are available at Ticketmaster.com. Yeah. There you go, caller 5. What? What's going on? Yesterday we talked about the giant spider in a shoe in my backyard.
Yeah, where's the spider at?
Have not seen that spider.
Not since?
No.
Wow. So he's just out and about somewhere.
Well,
he was in the yard, though, right?
I don't know. The shoe's on the porch. The spider could be really deep inside the shoe. I'm not about to lift up the tongue to see if this fishing spider. We think it's a dark fishing spider.
It's hidden inside.
I mean, he could be all the way back. I kind of cozied up there. I'm waiting to see him. I've not received a report. Maybe he moved on.
You've not worn the shoe?
No.
Would you wear the shoes again?
If we get the spider out of there.
No. What if the spider never appears?
Well, I would clean it out. Yeah, I'm not scared of.
I feel like spiders can hide anywhere.
This spider is so big, I could not fit my foot in it.
Yeah, but they can.
Where's it gonna hide
into any little thing?
You're saying he's gonna hide and later
spaces that are smaller than he is. Yes,
inside of the shoe.
Yeah,
I think you are underestimating the size of this spider. This
no,
spider.
I think you're underestimating the ability of a spider to hide.
This
no matter
spider
how big.
is the body is the size. It's bigger than a golf ball.
Right.
That's gonna hide in my shoe.
The body's not a golf ball.
I think it's about the size of a golf ball.
That's insane. It's big, but come on. A golf ball?
I think so.
There's no chance.
She sent a picture looked like the size of a golf ball.
No chance.
All right.
Not even a ping pong ball, I bet.
How much bigger is a ping pong ball than a golf ball?
No, a ping pong ball is smaller than a golf ball.
Right, that's what I mean. How much?
Probably a good amount, right?
I don't know.
No? Am I wrong on that?
Zach in West Seneca before the break. What's up, Zach?
Hey, about trades. Just got a couple things I want to hit. The Sabres' recent trades, in hindsight, kind of make me sick. I understand them all in the moment, and they are what they are, and we don't have to relive them. But when I think about trades, I think about those, and obviously, Stanley Cup playoffs the last couple of years are a constant reminder of that. But and then the Bills, the biggest one, I'm 35, biggest one in my lifetime was the Sammy Watkins one. Kind of hurt for me because I thought we were going backwards in the moment. I was leery of McDermott early on being a defensive coach, and then here we are trading one of our better players. At that time, we had signed Anquan Bolden. I'm like, what are we doing here? We had Mike Tolbert in the backfield backing up Shea. It's like
Mike Tolbert.
It's like they had a whole bunch of older vets filling out the roster. It's just everything about it seemed gross, and it just kind of seemed like an admission of failure. They traded up to 4 to get him, but that's probably the most recent one. All the other ones, never really rated for me. The Jason Peters one kind of stunk, but they did get Eric Wood back out of that, which was obviously turned out good.
Yep.
The Micah Parsons thing, real quick, I just want to say, if they'd have done it, dude, we'd be waking up today being like, how do we not, close this out? But the one thing I'll say is I would be leery if he had a Vaughn-type injury halfway through the season, and now we committed, free agency dollars and draft capital to him. It would, now you're talking, you gave that up into Allen's 31, 2, 3 seasons. That would have been the biggest risk for me in doing that.
Sure,
but it wouldn't have held me back, but it would have weighed on me.
Right. That's true of anybody. You're going to invest a lot in him. He's 26, so he's a good 7 years younger than Vaughn was when he came here. Is it 7 or 6 years younger? Was Vaughn 32?
Vaughn was 34.
Okay, so he's 8 years younger.
He's 8 years younger. And worried about what? They would risk doing what?
He's talking about. He's saying if you spend all that capital to get a guy and then who's then not on the field,
then you can't keep who? Kincaid? Is that why we're worried? We can't have Micah Parsons because we can't pay Dalton Kincaid in 2 years.
No, I think he's not even saying that. He's saying that the idea is I spend all these assets and then one injury takes the player out. So my return is nothing. I know that's. What you're basically saying is if I have 5 assets, the odds that all 5 of them get hurt is much lower than all my eggs in one basket. So I get it. He didn't say it would deter him from doing it. It would make you nervous because, wow, we really put a lot into this. I hope he stays healthy. And he's been healthy.
I just think you could do that with any player that doesn't have an injury history at any position. Right? He doesn't have Joey Bosa's history.
No.
If he had Joey Bosa's history, then I would be more willing to listen to that. Or, that's why the Dolphins don't do it with Tua. You got buildup of injuries, then yes, big risk. Von, people don't remember this. That was a thing with Von. Von had injuries. Not right the year before, but he had a torn ACL in his past. He had missed games, I think, 2 years before that. I don't think that was a knee injury like he ended up having. But Von was older and had injuries. He missed the whole 2020 season with an ankle injury. So that's not what Parsons would be. Von already had a risk.
Yeah, I think the caller's point is even without an injury history, it would be kind of scary.
Right.
803-0550. More of your calls when we return on Parsons and on the trade that made you the maddest, if you want to join that. We're also going to check in on the chat because there's a fantasy football question I'm more than happy to dig into today. I have 6 drafts next week.
6 in 1 week.
6 in 4 days, yeah. All right, Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Dallas Cowboys and the Green Bay Packers agreeing on a deal that sends Micah Parsons to Green Bay in exchange for 2 first-round picks and also defensive tackle Kenny Clark. Green Bay and Parsons will agree on an extension, 4 years, $188 million, $47 million per year. That is $6 million more than what TJ Watt signed for, which was the previous highest paid non-quarterback in the league. The Bills worked out a couple of veteran kickers yesterday. Tyler Bass did return for the preseason game number 3 and has been practicing, but Eddie Pinheiro, Greg Joseph, and Zane Gonzalez were all in working out with the team. UB falls 23-10 in their first game to Minnesota. They were close going into the fourth at 13-10, but 10 points early in the fourth by the Golden Gophers win it. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Hey, everybody. Happy Friday. Jeremy and Joe, we're checking in with the YouTube chat. We're on Twitch, right? We
are on Twitch.
We are. Should we ever check in the Twitch chat? Just go in there and someone's talking about, Stefan Beauregard.
Who?
I don't know. He was mentioned on Twitter as a trade that made you upset.
I don't think I know who that is.
We're checking in on the chat.
For the Sabres?
Listen, here's one of the reasons to subscribe to our channel on YouTube, to watch us on YouTube if you want, to stream us on YouTube, to like and subscribe. Hit like and subscribe. And, we've got stuff going on. We got the hat bracket in commercial breaks. We got that kind of stuff going on.
Mm-hmm.
I was made aware that Josh made a certain Travis Matthew Bills hat that people ask about all the time, a 7 seed.
Yeah.
Absurd. Anyway, jump in the chat if you want. Make comments. Make friends. Have a good time. Quickly checking in on the chat, and then we're going to get back to some phone calls on the Micah Parsons trade. Got a question in the chat about guillotine leagues. Maybe you're hearing a lot about, Yahoo Fantasy has added guillotine. Sleeper has a guillotine format. Guillotine is hitting the mainstream. Maybe you're a little nervous about guillotine. You need to have guillotine. I'm like a financial advisor here. You got to diversify your fantasy portfolio. If you're not getting any guillotine, you've got to make a way to get yourself some guillotine. The format is simple. Everybody drafts. Last place. Just don't finish in last. Head-to-head. There's no head-to-head, rather. It's all scoring.
Mm-hmm.
You have the fewest points. You're out of the league. See you later. You're not coming back. Goodbye. Thanks for coming. Going out week 1 in a guillotine league is pretty rough.
Oh, yeah.
It's
that happened to me in your guillotine league 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's like you're not even in the league. Or if you,
no,
you
really
didn't even play that year.
Yeah.
And that was my only guillotine league that season. So really, it's like I didn't play guillotine that year.
It's like tearing your ACL at camp. Like,
yeah,
I thought I had a full year in front of me. No, actually, you don't. So someone in the chat asked for a quick strategy session on guillotine. What's the strategy in guillotine? I'll give you a couple things that I think about. 1, if there's a tie between 2 players, or you have 4 players that are same tier, take the one with the latest buy possible. Easy. Early buys mean early moves you have to make.
Right.
You have to bench somebody because they have a bye in week 6. Mm-hmm. You have to make a move. If the same caliber player is available in week 12, take that guy. Push your buys as far as possible.
Because you also have so many more available replacements later in the season.
That's right.
Like if you have a week 4, what's their earliest bye? Week 4? Week 5?
I think so.
If you have a week 4 bye, only 3 teams have been cut.
Here we go. Week 5. Week 5. If you've drafted Drake London or any Packers player, it's
Bijan.
Falcons, Bears, Packers, Steelers. Bijan.
Yeah.
Week 5, your RB1 is on the bench
and is a waiver guy in a 15. Well, let's say you're in an 18-team guillotine, like it's a 15-team league waivers that you're going through.
Yeah.
Versus you got a week 12 bye, you got like 6 of you left, 5 of you left. Like there's a lot of options.
So there's a great example. You have the number 1 pick, Bijan or Chase in guillotine. Chase's bye is week 10.
Chase.
You should probably go Chase.
I would go Chase.
That Week 5 is an early time to already be thinking about getting a starting caliber running back to cover for your Bijan hole.
Right.
Also, if you're in a guillotine league that is a 20-person league or an 18-person league, if Bijan's your first pick, your second pick is the 40th.
Yeah, right.
So,
you're waiting for your best player in week 5 is going to be.
Yeah. You just got to be a little careful about buys. My second piece of advice on guillotine strategy is, I actually went through like a mock draft, is stay away from rookies. I don't think you should get rookies early on. Let somebody else make rookie mistakes. Like Tet McMillan might have a huge year, and I like that a lot.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want Tet McMillan as like my first-round pick or even second-round pick, because if a rookie needs a month to get started, all it takes is a bad week, and you're out of this league. I let other people take rookies early. I'm not leaning on rookies early. Later, maybe. Number 3. If a stud hits the market, I mean, you got to bid. You got to bid to survive. And later in the year, the number of times, Joe, I've made it to a guillotine final 3, 4, 2, the last 4 standing, with $0 in my fab budget for the second half of the season, is I can count on 2 hands. I've been out of money effectively by week 9 in guillotine, and regularly made it to the final 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
Because by the time you're getting down to the final 6, 7 teams, I didn't get anybody on waivers. The caliber of player that's being dropped is incredible.
Yep.
So you're playing, you're streaming, you're playing daily fantasy now at every position. So those are my 3 pieces of advice. Do not save money. Do not think I've got $900 left. That's a problem. You are ripe to be beaten. By the time you get to week 12, you can't spend that money.
Right. The other thing I like in guillotine is there are players that I have no interest in a redraft league or a dynasty league that are kind of steady, but they're never going to win you a week. That in guillotine, way more. Shakir is a really good example of this. Like Khalil Shakir is a player that, like, in every other league I'm in, I'm not really into it because he's never going to win you a week. Right? Like, there's not enough volume there.
He's never going to be wide receiver 1, 2, 3.
Right. In fact, last year he never was. But, like, for guillotine purposes, you just got to avoid the 0, right? You got to avoid this guy had 1 catch for 3 yards today. And Shakir, 9 times from weeks 1 through 15, and he missed 2 games within that. 9 times he finished between wide receiver 10 and wide receiver 31. Like, every week, he was getting you 11 points. And I don't like that in a normal league, but in a guillotine league, it's super valuable. So, you compare that to, like, a Jameson Williams, who's more of, like, a boomer bust week-to-week guy. Like, those guys, I think, take a little bit of a hit in those leagues.
803-0550. And the other thing to do is, I don't know how Yahoo is going to do this, or we have sleeper leagues, too. I've got guillotine on Yahoo and sleeper both.
Yeah.
And it has been in the past where when the waiver budget runs at like 3 a.m. on Wednesdays or whatever it does, you go in and see, all right, I got my guy.
Yeah.
I bid $270 on Sam Laporta. What was the next closest bid? This is where you're going to drive yourself nuts in guillotine.
Yeah.
Oh, it was $103?
You think you just shouldn't look at it?
Yeah, sometimes I think you should. There's 2 different things that could happen. You got your guy, and 3, I suppose. You got your guy, got him by a little bit. Got your guy, spent way more than you needed to, or didn't, and find out how much you missed by. Oh, I didn't get Josh Allen. I bid 178, and he went for 179 because it's blind bidding.
Right.
Like, I would have done more. The number of times I go into a guillotine league and I do my waiver bid, my silent auction bid, and the next 24 hours I'm like, $20 more. Nah, $10 less. No, $15 more. $50 more. No, you know what? I'm not going to bid on him at all. No, actually, I'm back in.
Yeah.
Like, that is the guillotine life. So if you've never done it before, you got to get into it. Is it the best format? I think it might be the best format. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of drama.
It's my favorite at this point. I say that before I get eliminated in week 2, and then I'll tell you differently probably.
803-0550. Mike in West Seneca. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Morning, guys. How you doing today?
Good.
Got a couple things. One, on the Micah Parsons trade. I'm a big Cowboys fan, and I've been pushing for this for the last 2 years to just clean house. We're not going to win with Dak Prescott at quarterback. We're not going to win with any of the players we have right now. I would even go as far as to trade CeeDee Lamb. Bulk up on draft picks. Go after Arch Manning in a couple of years. Go after Jeremiah Smith in a couple of years. I would just clean house. Not going to win with the team we have now.
Yeah.
Secondly, on fantasy football, I just completed on Sunday my 47th fantasy football draft.
Woo, nice. 47th this year?
No.
Oh, 47th year.
I took that as okay.
Your league's been around for 47 years?
1979 I started.
Wow.
Holy.
I obviously did it all by hand then, and I do it all by hand now. I haven't switched at all. The only thing I do on the computer is send out the standings.
Okay.
So we get together. I have 12 guys in that pool. We get together every year, and like I said, I do everything by hand. And one neat thing about my pool is what I really love is you never have to worry about bye weeks, because I put in a rule where you can carry over points from the previous week. So say you have James Cook as your running back. I don't know what week the Bills buy in this year, but say the Bills buy in week 5. When you put in your lineup for week 4, you state that you want to carry over his points to week 5. So it's feast or famine. If he goes nuts, it's great. If he gets a goose egg, then you get a goose egg. But at least you get to play all of your players every game, no matter what.
Yeah.
So one more point I wanted to make is I also run a 32-team league with a buddy of mine, Larry, and it is just the most insane league you can think about. You don't draft a quarterback. You pick a quarterback each week. You only can take the quarterback once during the year. So if you take Josh in week 1, you don't get him the rest of the year. You only draft 10 players.
That's called like a graveyard league, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, I've heard some of a graveyard league where you can only use a player one time, and then they go to the graveyard.
Well, no, this is just a quarterback you can use one time. You draft all your other players. You're going to start 6 players during the year. Your starting lineup consists of 6 players, a quarterback, 3 flex, a kicker, and a defense. The thing about that pool is the defenses go as early as the first round because you only get one defense because there's 32 teams.
Right.
You get one defense, so they go early. That league I started in 1984. So, and if you guys know of any leagues in the area that have been around as long as that or longer, I would like to hear about it.
Yeah,
I think I have one of the longest running pools, not only in the area but in the country. I've talked to a few people nationally, and they said that there was a league in Minneapolis that started in 1977, and I think in San Francisco started in 1978. Yeah, if you guys hear of anything, I'd love to hear about it. Leagues around longer than that.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike.
I started playing fantasy football in like 1995.
Okay.
Would have been my first run.
Written down?
Yeah.
Same thing?
Yeah,
like
draft, all that.
No online, though.
Yeah, 1995.
Okay.
Because I'm in high school when it happens.
The first ever fantasy football league was created in 1963, but it is not continuously running today. There is one league.
Quitters.
There's one league from Colorado that claims, called the CTP, that they have been together since 1975. That is believed to be the longest continuously running fantasy football league in the U.S.
Mike is 74. Right? You said right, Mike? You said 1974?
1979.
Oh, 79. Okay. Looks like this group might have beat you.
I can't believe there's more than a handful in the country that are longer than that, continuously running. So, okay. Sal has one from the 80s.
Nice.
I think that they still run from college. Mine's 2010. I'm not nearly as...
Was fantasy baseball the first fantasy sport?
I think so.
They called it rotisserie?
Yeah, I think so.
The genesis of fantasy
that goes.
Sports?
1910.
Yeah.
Were they playing with Babe Ruth?
Listen,
was there a draft with Babe Ruth?
Thanks, Mike, for the phone call. I love hearing about, and we could have done this today, I love house leagues, like hearing about your own small little tweaks in rule formats.
That bye week rule is not something I've ever heard of before.
I like stuff like that.
carrying over to the next week. I don't mind that much, especially with the rule you have to announce it before like that previous game. Like, right, the Bills' bye is next week. I want Josh Allen for the next 2 weeks because you might regret that very quickly. So,
thanks for the phone call.
On his Cowboys point, by the way, like they can't trade CeeDee Lamb. I mean, they could. Next year would be a $43 million cap hit. So I guess you could find a way to move around that if you're really trying to go to the bottom. But I don't think that's what they're doing. They're going to blow it up. But Lamb is 26 years old.
He gave the old, we're not going to win with Dak Prescott. When Dak's career is over, how will he be remembered / viewed?
The same way Tony Romo is going to be remembered. Which is he was really good and he never was really on a great team. Right? Or is that even Romo's reputation? That's how I see Romo.
Yeah.
I thought Romo was a very good quarterback that never played on a great team.
I mean, Dak's career high in touchdown passes is 37. He also had 36.
Okay.
Last year he only played 8 games.
Like, he's not a Hall of Famer.
No.
I think he finished second in the MVP voting one time. He's never been an All-Pro. I think he's been good the whole time. But yeah, I don't know that he'll be remembered any different than Romo. Which is, he was good. And I probably think they were both a little bit better than I bet what majority of people think.
Yeah.
I think there's a reputation that, these guys are only famous because they're Dallas Cowboys. Like, if Dak Prescott or Tony Romo played for the Seahawks, then they wouldn't be as famous. That might be right. I think, though, they are better than the consensus. And that's with playing for Dallas.
Steve is up next. Hey, Steve.
Good morning. Nothing makes me feel better than Jerry Jones just keeps stubbing his toe. Micah Parsons is a good football player. You guys use the term, and others do great. He's got a very good pressure rate. You went over those numbers. That's outstanding. But what wins on the defensive side of the ball is smashing a quarterback to the ground. And there's numerous other players getting less money. Now, this is career sacks, so they've played longer. Chris Jones, Trey Hendrickson, Max Crosby. But I think Green Bay stuck their neck out for this dollar amount. The other thing is, I don't want to really call him a malcontent, but
he's not.
He doesn't have his attitude is okay.
His attitude's great.
He's an outstanding athlete, but he's not a great football player yet.
Oh man.
Maybe. I don't know. He's not. He's overpaid.
He's like one of four. He's one of 4 players in NFL history that has a double-digit sack season each of his first 4 years. It's like him, Dwight Freeney, and Reggie White.
Okay, don't even put him in that category yet.
His production has.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing.
He's one of
he has it, but he has it. He's got a career to go, right? I mean,
you're judging him on what he is already. That's what you said.
That's all you can. He's a good football player.
Okay, and I'm telling you, he's he's like one of 4 guys that has ever started his career this way.
I guess, Steve, if we're going to use the way you're using it, that no one can be a great football player after 4 years.
Right.
That's 100%. We use the term great way too often in this world. He is a very good football player with an outstanding pressure rate. Smash the quarterback on the ground. Let me see it. Over your career, a Bruce Smith career.
Well, how many years before we can call him great? Do we call Josh Allen great? Or is that not enough years?
You call 17 Superman. He is great. Yes.
But that's like one. That's like one more season of being an elite player.
Then let me see it. Let me see it in Green Bay. But I don't think the contract this minute now, is worthy. I don't think the contract is, and I don't think we should be calling him great.
Okay, well, I'm going to call him great because he's an absolutely great player. And one thing I'll push back on just conceptually on this, like get the quarterback to the ground. That's right, but getting pressure matters too. Sacks are a quarterback stat. Say it loud and proud and a lot. Sacks are a quarterback stat. If Micah Parsons rushed Josh Allen for 17 games on the other side of the football, how many sacks would he end up in the season with? He might end up with like 9. If Micah Parsons rushed Joe Burrow for 17 games, how many sacks would he end up with in the season? The number might be 19. Sacks come down to who you play against. Pressure rate is the thing. He is number one in pressure rate since 2021. He also does that on, half the reason he doesn't have as many sacks is because he doesn't actually play as many snaps as Myles Garrett. His pressure rate, his beating double teams, he is second league-wide in pass rush win rate. Myles Garrett is second to Parsons. Garrett is probably better, but Parsons is right there. He is an elite player at one of the most important positions in the league.
There isn't even a sack argument here.
No, there's not.
He has a couple fewer sacks than Myles Garrett. Again, here's the list. Players in NFL history that have had 4 double-digit sack seasons to start their career. Micah Parsons, Dwight Freeney, Derek Thomas, and Reggie White. End of list.
He is going to the Hall of Fame. He is an
even if you
he's
use
an all-time talent.
Right.
He's an all-time talent. There's no getting around it. And if you I don't know malcontent. Based on what? Based on that he stuck up for himself and his value, he's right to do that.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones is the malcontent here. Jerry Jones is the bad guy. Micah Parsons wanted to stay in Dallas, but the guy that he works for is out of his depth. And, in this country we have this tendency to worship the billionaire over the actual talented person that is Parsons here. Jerry Jones had a lot of success, but he's out of his depth. He's out of his league. He's the fool. So, I don't know what makes Micah Parsons a malcontent. I think Micah Parsons is one of the NFL's absolute best ambassadors. Media-savvy podcast guy. He is a modern-day, 21st century face-of franchise athlete. I don't think you could get a better player than this guy on and off the field. He's just, I don't know. I don't know everything about him off the field. I know
he has a podcast.
Right,
I know. Is that why he's a malcontent? Because his podcast? I'm not saying that.
No, I don't know everything about him off the field. I shouldn't just say off the field he's a great person. I don't know him as a person, but as a guy that represents your team, he represents himself really well. I think the Packers have absolutely struck gold, and is totally worth it. You're paying the best player the most money at age 26. That's the reason he's getting paid this. He's 26. That's incredible. You do not get this player at this age ever, and if you're the Packers, 2 first-round picks, all right. These teams cling to these first-round picks. Whatever.
Since they started tracking defense quarterback pressures, Micah Parsons the most in league history in the first 4 seasons.
Yeah, that's great.
I don't think that might be counts Reggie White, but
that's great.
Since they've been tracking it, he's got the most to start a career that anyone's ever had.
I mean, thanks, Steve, for the phone call. You give us an interesting perspective. If I go on a 2-week vacation and 4 days in, I am having a great time, can I say I'm having a great vacation? Or do I have to wait until it's over? I've had a great day.
Yeah, I don't doubt there are terms that get overused, by the way. Elite probably gets thrown around more than it should.
Generational probably gets thrown around more than it should.
Great is not the one that I think we need to be going to war against. Calling a player a great player, right? Again, if we have a problem calling Parsons after 4 years, Allen's had 5 amazing seasons, and no one in the world would ever say that about him. So I don't know why we're doing it with Parsons. And I know most people are not doing that with Parsons. Parsons is an amazing player. I think everybody knows it. I think most of today is going to be the Cowboys look like idiots.
Oh, that was yesterday for sure.
Yeah.
Getting dunked on nonstop. 803-0550. But thank you for the perspective. I appreciate it. Good stuff. Yeah, 803-0550. Don't worry about money. Honestly, don't worry about the money. Don't worry about it. That's a lot. How many years in a row is it? Wow, that's just so much money for that. The league absolutely prints money. Every dollar paid to a player, an owner gets the same amount. I just wouldn't pay that much. What? Why? Draft picks are cheap. Oh, they don't have 2 firsts. Great. Now they'll just trade down in the second twice and add fourths and have the same number of picks and probably be fine.
Did you see Sam Monson's theory?
No.
His theory is that Jerry Jones just got through watching himself on the Netflix documentary, and he is trying to run it back with the Mahershala Walker trade. Only worse.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, that was good. I'm going to do that again.
803-0550. Back Tee Golf Classic. We're going to talk to David Dombrowski coming up in a few minutes. He's putting on this golf classic, the Back Tee Golf Classic, which is going to be at Gowanda Country Club on September 29th. You can join. We're going to be in this tournament. Very excited to be in this tournament. First annual, by the way. Benefits the Spina Bifida Clinic at Oshai Children's Hospital. That's cool. Love to be supporting a good cause. So you can come out to Gowanda if you want to sign up. Go to backteegolfclassic.com to get your spot and make a difference. September 29th, a 11 o'clock shotgun at Gowanda. If you've not played Gowanda, it's a great spot, especially in the fall. $10,000 cash prize for putting contests, raffles, silent auctions, car giveaway and a par 3. Who doesn't love stepping up to a par 3 and imagining themselves winning a car? I did that earlier this week. It was a Porsche. A Porsche. I thought, what if I was able to call my wife right now and say, I won a Porsche. How great would that phone call be?
It'd be like
Listen,
one of the best you've ever made.
I know you think I play a lot of golf. I won a car.
That would buy you so many years of just, you want to go golfing today? Sure. We'll cancel whatever we had.
Or it could go the other way. Like, you already won a car. What else could happen?
Go out on top.
The best thing that's ever happened to you has happened. Anyway, the Back Tee Golf Classic. BackTeeGolfClassic.com. Go on and join us. We'll be there on the 29th. Hey, everybody, Jeremy White, Joe DiBiase, Sneaky Joe. It is Friday. We're going to bring in, on the Western Hotline, David Dombrowski to talk about the Back Tee Golf Classic. You've heard us mention the Back Tee Golf Classic coming up. You go to backteegolfclassic.com and get your information about that. It's going to be September 29th at Gowanda Country Club to benefit the Spina Bifida Clinic at Oshai Children's Hospital. And David joins us on the Western Hotline. David, good morning.
Good morning, Jeremy. How are you?
Doing all right. So tell everyone the genesis for this, first annual, right? Inaugural tournament here, 11 a.m. on the 29th, and what the cause is, what your story is to get things started for the Back Tee Golf Classic.
Yeah. So this is close and dear and heart to me and to my heart. I was actually, the fact that I was born with spina bifida, wasn't supposed to walk, had about 12 surgeries before I was 2. So I was been lucky enough to overcome all those odds. I've been able to have a wild, kind of crazy music career, and I just recently moved back, and I just wanted to give back to the community and get involved with the clinic that is at Oshai Hospital. I'm an avid golfer too, so been playing most of my life, and I thought, well, what's a better way to kind of bring something I love and something that was, personally that I was affected with, and try to help the next generation of kids and adults that are affected by it. So, that's kind of how it all came about.
Yeah, I've learned about spina bifida through attending the spina bifida walk you guys had earlier this year, and they call it like the snowflake. It's a disease. It's in that there are so many different variables and so many different ways it can affect people. So that in mind, the Spina Bifida Clinic at Oshai Children's Hospital, it's a cause that, of course, helps a lot of people that are hit with this, but hit in different ways.
Yeah. I think that's the hardest part when it comes to research and finding like a fine point of really what causes the root of the issue. Because like you said, snowflake, it can be as mild and as severe as permanently disabled. So, but my main goal here with this golf tournament is to turn into a yearly event where, again, that this Oshai Hospital or Spina Bifida Clinic will be the one-stop shop for not even just greater Western New York, but a greater New York and beyond. So to have all the resources and doctors and providing the care and need for all the kids and adults.
So the event itself, it'll be the 29th, and what's the plan out for Gowanda Country Club for the Back Tee Golf Classic, and how many spots are left if people want to jump in?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. We actually have one spot left.
All right,
we might do an exclusive opening for a couple more, or 3 or 4. So we're just kind of working out the details on that right now. As of right now, it'll be 144 golfers. We will have a car giveaway at a par 3. We'll have a $10,000 cash prize putting contest. So when you start your registration at 9 o'clock, you can go on to the range, and you can start the putting contest. And then the putting contest will go on throughout the day. And then at the end, we'll do like a 60-footer for the cash prize. We also just announced online too. My good friend Tom and Ian Nicholas, who was played Henry Rowan Gardner in the movie Rookie of the Year, and he was Kevin Myers in all the American Pie movies. He's a dear friend of mine in the music industry, along in the acting world, and he's been kind enough to be auctioned off. So if you signed up, or if you haven't signed up yet, and you're still looking for that fourth guy, you can go on our website and you can click Play with Thomas Ian Nicholas, and you'll be able to start a bid, and that bid will go on till September 22nd.
All right. How good is he?
How good is he? He's pretty good. He's not bad.
Right.
He will be using my clubs though, because I think he's got an event the day before, so he'll be flying in. So,
Yeah.
but he's a ride. It's a fun time. So, but yeah, he holds up pretty well.
How about the format of the tournament and how you went about deciding that, whether you had a favorite or what you thought worked best for this?
Yeah, I just thought, we just do a scramble, 2-putt minimum, just kind of keep the flow going really well. And the only other uniqueness about this is we decided to have everyone play from the back tees, which from Gowanda, I was just there yesterday. It's only 300-yard difference from the whites. I think it plays total 6,500 from the blues. So it's not that big of a difference. But I just thought, the uniqueness with that is, life's kind of, can be really hard, and sometimes we don't get a lot of choices. But we had come through a lot of adversities in our life, so I just thought it'd just be like another little fun challenge. And I thought it'd be fun too with just strategizing on how you put your team together too, with maybe having the long ball hitter and whatnot. So that's maybe like the only other uniqueness of this format.
And if you can't attend the event, there's a spot to donate on the website.
Yeah, there's a spot to donate on the website. There's a donation now. Also, if you can't participate in that, we are still keeping things open for if you want to be involved in the putting contest, because like I said, that will kind of go throughout the day. We also just partnered with Buffalo Hydration. They'll be there as well to give out vitamins before, after. There'll be lunch at the turn. There'll be dinner, and then there might be some. I'm not sure. I haven't confirmed completely 100% yet, but we're going to want to keep it a surprise. But we might have some special guests, for some music, live music after dinner as well.
All right. Very good. David Dombrowski on the Western Hotline. The Back Tee Golf Classic, the inaugural backteegolfclassic.com. One spot left, so go get it. And if you miss out, maybe next year. Thanks, David.
Thank you.
And congratulations in advance. I mean, having the spots filled a month out, that's pretty good. Back Tee Golf Classic. You and I are playing.
Mm-hmm.
We've got our invites out for our team. We're trying to put together we're going to win this thing.
We're going to win the whole thing.
I'm going to try. I'm trying to win that hole in one. Get that car. I want to win a car. There is something funny. Like,
if you get the car, I'm guessing that helps us win a lot.
That could help.
Mark a 1 down.
It is kind of funny, though. You'll be doing one of these golf tournaments, and the first par 3 comes up. It's like, wow, a car.
Yeah.
A luxury vehicle, a Porsche. And then the next hole in one comes up, and it's a $300 gift card. Like, whoa.
Like if you hit a hole in one on the other par 3?
One of them was a $60,000 car. The other one's $300.
Yeah, how would you feel if you did that? Especially if it was your first hole in one.
You'd feel
awesome.
I'd feel fine no matter what. But yeah.
You also would have the story to tell forever. I hit a hole in one on the wrong par 3 at a tournament where I could have had a car if I had hit it on the other one. Is the car going to be, I wonder if I should ask, the car going to be next to the green? Or near the green? Behind the tee box usually.
Yeah, you don't want to hit the car.
Or maybe in this tournament they just wouldn't put it out there. Yeah, because you don't want someone smashing the car.
Yeah.
With an errant shot.
Don't want to do that. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Bob in Lewiston has a fantasy football story. Hey, Bob.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. Great.
Hey, so my brother Richie and his friends started a league back in '88. Standard offensive players, but they also used individual defensive players. 3 linemen, or 4 linemen, 3 linebackers, 4 defensive backs. You get points on tackles, interceptions, sacks, stuff like that. But they used to have to wait till the USA Today came out on Wednesdays to score the league.
Right.
The league is still running. And one other note that I thought was interesting was I lost the Super Bowl in that league on a stat correction. Like a sack was taken away, and it ended up being a tackle, and I ended up losing by a few points. But the league's still going strong. Some of the original owners' kids' sons are now in it, and we have a great time with it.
Beautiful.
That's awesome.
Thanks, Bob. IDP leagues, individual defensive player leagues. I've never been in one.
Yeah,
and I'm not saying I would rather eat an egg salad sandwich than join an IDP league. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying the IDP league is kind of close. Like, I have so little interest in who's going to get tackles. For those that like it, great. I can't. Maybe it's because I have 10 fantasy teams now, and I'm busy enough with those. The idea of like drafting it. I don't want to do kickers anymore. I don't want to stream defenses anymore. Most of my leagues don't do that.
Adding linebackers is just like
yes, get rid of it. I'd like to play without tight ends.
No, that's crazy. Too far.
What do you need them?
You want just quarterbacks, running backs, and receivers?
How about just quarterbacks and receivers?
I think you just want receivers.
How about just receivers?
Yeah, we're on our way. He just wants a receiver only. The wide receiver trained fantasy football league. It's just wide receivers.
Wait a minute. The wide receiver trained fantasy league.
There you go.
I'll fill that in 14 minutes. Right now. This is an idea.
An all wide receiver fantasy league.
Shouldn't we do this?
No, it's so stupid.
At the beginning of this paragraph, I told you I have too many leagues, and I've already talked myself into another league.
Yeah.
I'm doing it. I'm starting it right now.
An all wide
You're
receiver
getting an
league.
invite.
How many wide receivers would you start? 10?
6.
Think about it. If every team in the league is playing 3 receivers at least consistently, that's
180 receivers.
That's like 100 receivers you could be playing.
So 10 teams.
Way more than that.
10 teams, 10 receiver rosters, you start 7. You in?
Sure.
Yes!
I'll be in it.
How's the chat receiving this? Who wants in?
They probably want spots.
They all want in. They all want invites. The wide receiver train league. I love it. Will Yahoo let me do it? I'm right now. Create it right now.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
All right. Extendo Sports coming up. I'm wondering if it could be done and didn't ask whether they should. What's the line from Jurassic Park? Jeff Goldblum? Your scientists. Let me get it right. Yes, here we go. Dr. Ian Malcolm. Your scientists were so preoccupied with whether they could, they didn't stop to think if they should.
Yeah.
And the answer is yes. I now have a 12-team all-wide receiver fantasy league. It is known as the Choo Choo Champions League.
The Choo Choo Champions
Zach,
League.
Derek, you guys want in?
The
we're
Triple
drafting,
C.
We're drafting Tuesday. All right, yeah. All right, we got 2 more. I'm going to get to 12 teams. The Choo Choo Champions League. We start 7 receivers. That's it. 3 bench spots.
Yep.
What's the buy-in? 20? 20.
20 each.
Everybody send Joe $20. Choo Choo Champions League.
Send me $20.
Yeah, you be the treasurer. Why not?
I did not volunteer to be the treasurer.
Who wants to be the treasurer? Winner take all. You don't want to be the treasurer?
I got enough treasury going on over
look
here
at
in my fantasy department.
All right, Lou is in. Our buddy Lou. Low Sad Lou, he's in.
Low Sad Lou?
All right, Zach and Derek. All wide receivers. Start 7, 3 bench spots, 2 IR. This is a sickness,
I think we need like an actual receiver in this league too, just to put it on top.
Good idea, bad idea.
Just to get Stevie in it.
Good idea, bad idea. Just hold the spot and offer it to Brandon Bean.
Terrible idea.
Can we come on, we can have fun here. We can have fun. All right, getting Derek a spot. Who else wants this? Send an invite to Tyrell Shavers.
Yeah, there we go. Call up what's Eric Moulds doing these days? You want to be in an extra fantasy league?
Oh no. I have so many leagues now that when I open up my Yahoo I have to scroll down.
That's crazy.
Now I have 7 drafts in the next 6 days. All right, well, hey, to those of you in the chat, sorry, I think the league is going to be full. Just make your own league. Just, you can do it.
Yeah.
I got too many people.
It's the start of a new great fantasy format.
This time next year, Yahoo's going to be doing advertisements. We have added choo-choo leagues. Just receivers.
Yeah. Hey, Sal and Matt Beauvais are taking It's Always Game Day in Buffalo on the road. The BFLO store on Wednesday, September 3rd at 6:30 at BFLO stores on the Transit Town Plaza Williamsville location. You can be part of the live audience. Get some Buffalo Bills gear featuring BFLO's own tailgate collection. Get all the details now, WGR550.com. And we'll see you on September 3rd at the BFLO store, official retailer of the Buffalo Bills. The next day, Sal will be doing the Extra Point Show live from Northtown Kia. He's everywhere. And that'll be 3900 Sheridan Drive in Amherst. Register to win a autographed Buffalo Bills item courtesy of Northtown Kia. No purchase necessary. Northtown Automotive, the official automotive dealer of the Buffalo Bills.
All right, everybody, we're back Tuesday, right? Are we off Monday? Or
we're off Monday.
I never know. Sometimes I have no idea if we're off. I just wake up. All right, we're off Monday. We're back Tuesday. And into a game week. You made it to football season. Good. All right. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up.